everyone. This is Dr. Garrett Smith, the nutrition detective around these here YouTube parts. And today we have Love Your Liver live stream number 173 in a row, no weeks missed. And we're going to be going over multiple sclerosis with how we look at things and how we fix things and what the research connects all of it to toxic bile theory and toxicities and deficiencies of nutrients. And it's the same, just so you guys know, who have been following this, it's going to be the exact same patterns we find for every disease, basically. So those of you who have seen me do this stuff before, this is probably going to be a 3+ hour episode. I think I estimated 13 different windows of multiple tabs each, where I'm going to be connecting all of this to the normal patterns that we connect it to. And you'll see that it's, again, the same stuff. So let me get into one of the windows here. We're not starting quite yet. I got to get on the right window first. There we go. Okay. So for those of you who don't know, one of the things before I head into all of this, one of the videos you're going to want to watch is either live stream number 71 or live stream number 53. Probably both of them would be good to watch because that explains the basics of toxic bile theory. I'm getting very, very close to starting to call it toxic bile paradigm because we just keep showing it over and over, and it is a paradigm. If you understand what the word paradigm means, this is a paradigm, and it's less of a theory than most of the jokes that the pharma cartel mechanisms try to do to fix diseases. So I'm really close to calling it toxic bile paradigm, and that was proposed by, I can't remember if it was, I think it was Mike Roberto. He and I are becoming very fast friends. He works in the supplement industry. He just had me on on the Price Plow podcast recently. It was episode 150 on there. And it was a long one, and I had a really good time there. So anyway, if you want to go check that one out, there's also that. But so you want to watch the toxic bile theory stuff so that you understand what exactly is going on with all the stuff we're doing here. So now, as we're about to go into multiple sclerosis, now I'm not going to go over what multiple sclerosis is and use even more time to do that. You are welcome to go and Google what is multiple sclerosis so you can understand what it is. The big thing is, the biggest thing that they talk about with it is a demyelination of the nerves and the brain and the central nervous system. Okay, demyelination, that's the outer coating of the nerves. That's where the nerve impulses travel. So they're going to have problems with nerve impulses traveling along, which is how you move and how your body does things. The nerve sends signals via these nerve impulses. If you don't have the myelin sheath, you get problems. Simple as that. So let me say hi to everyone in the chat. But yeah, if you want to look up multiple sclerosis, if you don't know what it is and you want more information, we're going to hit on, these papers that we're going to go over are going to hit on parts of it. But we're not going to go into detail on it. And just so you guys know, why don't I have a camera today so everybody can see my pretty face? I just got back from Idaho Friday, and I happened to leave my webcam in Idaho with Kelsey. So we are meeting in California this weekend for my daughter's dance competition. She's going to be bringing me the camera, and I get to go meet her mom. So it's going to be fun. And I get my webcam back, and I'll have it by next week. So that's why there's no camera this week. But I'm back to my microphone, so hopefully that's at least an improvement there. So now let's head into these papers. Okay. What are we going to do first? I'm going to show you that there is research connecting bile problems to multiple sclerosis. The gist of toxic bile theory, I'm going to give you a super quick overview. Okay. Your liver detoxes. Your liver is the main detox organ of your body. It filters stuff out of your blood. That's how it pulls it out of your blood to move it, to do things with it. So the liver is, by definition, a filter. Don't ever let anybody tell you that it's not, because your liver has to take stuff out of the blood, filter things out of the blood to pull it into the liver and hold it there so it can do the detoxification and biotransformation things that it does to it. So it is, by definition, a filter. It is what I call a sewage processing plant. It's running phase 1, phase 2 detox. It's running all these detox processes on it. That's the sewage processing plant. Okay? That's the next part. And then the third part is your liver absolutely accumulates things or stores things, toxic things, like vitamin A, like copper, like persistent organic pollutants, fat-soluble toxins. This is why people get fatty liver and why people get overweight. If you haven't seen my toxicity and weight loss live stream a couple episodes ago, you probably should. When you are accumulating fat, you are accumulating fat-soluble toxicity. And your liver, this is why we have fatty liver. So those are the three things, the three biggest things when we talk about detoxification that your liver does. So then your liver takes all of that toxicity that it can try to get rid of, and it puts it into your bile. Now you want to poop out, your bile goes into your intestines from your liver, it goes into the bile ducts and goes into your intestines so you can then poop it out, hopefully. If you're not pooping it out, you're not detoxing very much. Poop is your major detox route. If your liver to the bile to the poop isn't working enough and you start leaking toxic bile into your system, this toxic bile will eat holes in things. It'll eat holes in the liver cells that make it. It'll eat holes in the bile ducts in the liver and in the big bile ducts, the common bile duct. It will eat holes in your intestines. It will eat that's called leaky gut. It will eat holes in your stomach if it goes backwards up into your stomach. If you haven't seen my bile reflux and GERD episode of the live stream, you should see that one. It will eat holes in your stomach. Those are called ulcers. It will eat holes in your esophagus. That's called Barrett's esophagus. This toxic bile contains, so when you think of toxic bile, don't just think of bile. Think of the bile and all the toxicity that your liver is trying to get rid of through your poop. And if that bile on its way out eats holes in things, it's going to leak into your bloodstream and then go everywhere that the bloodstream goes, which is everywhere. Then it goes to your kidneys. Your kidneys try to detox some of the bile. They do, but it also causes a lot of kidney damage along the way. And then if the kidneys can't handle it, then it starts coming out of your skin. And then the damage that it causes to your skin on the way out, because it's so toxic, is your skin issues. So that's so what, by definition, this is when you're wondering, why am I sick? Toxic bile theory says you're leaking toxic bile into your bloodstream, and it is going somewhere, and it is showing up in your weak link areas. Everybody's weak link is different because of your diet, your genetics, your toxic exposures, your, things, injuries that you have had. All sorts of things that you have had can change this expression of it, the phenotype, how your disease presents. Like, I know in my family, we have a tendency, if you want to call it genetics, whatever, we have a genetic tendency towards Parkinson's. My mom has Parkinson's-like syndrome. Several of my older, my mom's parents, I think one or two of them had Parkinson's. So it's something that I have to, that's probably a weak link in my stuff. So I need to look at that. You remember, genetics loads the gun, environment pulls the trigger. Well, I'm going to have a very different environment than my relatives. And the goal would be to avoid this. So we're going to head into MS. So if you or your loved ones have MS, or you want to avoid it, well, it's going to be the same stuff that we do for everything else. It's the same concepts and principles, which we're going to show in the research. So that's what we're heading into. Okay. So here we go. Reduced plasma levels of 25 hydroxycholesterol and increased cerebrospinal fluid levels of bile acid precursors in MS patients. So CSF, cerebrospinal fluid. This is the fluid around your brain and your spinal cord. So the start of all your nerves. This is where MS is really going on. So there's increased CSF levels of bile acid precursors. Why would those be there? If we start to understand that bile is a sign of detoxification, it's like waste. One of the ways you want to think about bile is it's a waste product that we would really much rather get rid of than keep around. If your liver is making bile properly, the bile in your system is going to do everything you've heard that is good that bile does. If you're making bile properly, it's going to do what it's supposed to do. When does the bile cause problems? When it's not going where it's supposed to, and you're making it extra toxic. So we see more bile in the CSF, which surrounds the brain and the spinal cord, in MS patients. So here we go. We found increased concentrations of bile acid precursors in CSF from each of the disease states. So what are the disease states here? We're saying MS, inflammatory central nervous system disease, neurodegenerative disease, and control patients. So not the control patients. They found increased bile acid precursors in these things. And that patients with inflammatory CNS disease classified as suspected autoimmune disease of unknown etiology also showed elevated concentrations of 25-dihydroxycholesterol. So the disease states are showing more bile acid precursors. Why is there bile in the cerebrospinal fluid? Why? Well, if it's toxicity, if you haven't heard me say this before, autoimmunity is toxicity. Well, what would modern medicine call toxicity? Autoimmune disease of unknown etiology or cause. Autoimmunity, folks, is toxicity. MS is considered an autoimmune disease. MS is toxicity. That is the root of it. Funny thing where they say MS is more associated with colder and darker areas. One of the most important things that sunlight, I'm not saying vitamin D here, I'm saying sunlight, one of the most important things that UV light from sunlight helps you to do is to oxidize or detox things in your skin. So if all of a sudden you live somewhere dreary and cold and dark for much of the time, and we see more diseases up there, you are not detoxing stuff in your skin very well from that like external detox method called UV light, also known as the sun. Okay, so they're missing out on that detox method. They're not sweating either. That's another detox method because obviously it's cold. So these are the things that we are thinking about here. So when they say low vitamin D, I'm going to say that you want to think of low sunlight, not low vitamin D. Okay, vitamin D science is very sketchy in my opinion, but what you want to think of is we need sunlight or UV light. Whether or not it is vitamin D that is doing the magical work of it is what I highly doubt. So, in CSF, we find that the dominating metabolites reflect the acidic pathway of bile acid biosynthesis. Okay, and that, oh wait, I didn't add this. And the elevated levels of these in the central nervous system disease is likely to reflect cholesterol release as a result of demyelination or neuronal death. That's nerve cell death. Okay, that's bad. That's what we got on that one. So let's keep going. Okay, so now let's go into another paper, concurrence or happening at the same time of multiple sclerosis and primary biliary bile duct, which is where the bile goes from the liver to the guts, cholangitis, inflammation of the bile ducts. Concurrence, oh, sorry, there we go. Got it. Joe's posting in the YouTube chat, telling me what to do. Here we go. Here's the link too. So why would these things happen together? So what I'm telling you is that there's a bile problem in MS. Wow, and we see a bile problem in MS. MS is an autoimmune disorder, toxicity of the central nervous system, which damages the myelin and axon. That's another part of the nerve. Primary biliary cholangitis is a slow, progressive liver disease with autoimmune feature in which non-purulent destructive cholangitis and interlobular bile duct destruction, that's between the lobes of the liver. This is going between the lobes of the liver. Interlobular bile duct destruction occurred. This is, if you don't know, this is intrahepatic cholestasis. This is inside the liver itself. The little bile ducts inside the liver are actually being destroyed by cholangitis, bile duct inflammation, destructive, inside the liver itself occur. Involvement of each of primary biliary cholangitis and MS is thought to be related to environmental exposure in genetically susceptible persons. Genetics loads the trigger. Genetics loads the gun. Environment pulls the trigger. So if you have MS running all through, well, it's probably only within the last 2 or maybe 3 generations. Because it's a toxicity thing. It's a modern world toxicity thing. It is likely you may be genetically susceptible, but remember, that's a weakness. Like if you were not as good at basketball as you wanted to be, maybe you're short genetically, and so that makes it rough to play basketball, but then you practice a lot and you get better. Then you have changed the environment. You may genetically be short, but you can become better, or you could learn all about how to play basketball as a short person and avoid as many of the short person problems as you could. Does that make sense? Like you can fix the toxicities and the deficiencies that would then express in your genetics. If you have a genetic problem, I want to give you the reality about genetic things. You're not a victim. It simply means if you have a genetic issue in an area, it simply means you have to work harder than others. It doesn't mean that you can't win. You can still win. You just have to work harder. If you're a victim mentality person, this is not the place for you. If you are ready to say, okay, how do I win? How do I avoid this problem expressing itself? Because we know genetics loads the gun, environment pulls the trigger. How do I fix the environment? The environment is everything that goes into you and out of you. Nutrition is everything that goes into you and out of you. Toxicity is everything that goes into you and out of you. That's how we fix these things. Okay? Let's see, did I have anything else on this page? Yes, we did. Let me see, anything else there? No, just this. MS is an autoimmune disorder of the central nervous system which damages the myelin and axon. Okay, in the early stages of the disease, most cases have a relapsing-remitting, so it goes away and it comes back. Gosh, why would this happen? Why would it go away and then come back and go away and then come back and go away and then come back? What if it has to do with the toxicity of your bile? What if we were to find out, I didn't think of looking for this, but what if we found out that MS usually relapses the most during the summer months, and then it comes back the most during the winter months? Well, if what I told you was true about the sun being a detox method and MS being toxicity, would that make sense? Yes, because there's more light in the summer. Okay? With different neurological presentations, the recipe of your bile is what will change how it shows up. This disease could involve multiple domains of the functional systems, such as motor, sensory, vision, eyesight, cognition. That's your brain. What goes everywhere in your body that could be carrying toxic bile? Oh, your blood. Would it then affect your muscles, your nerves, your eyes, your brain, etc.? Now pay attention here. Other autoimmune disorders like rheumatoid arthritis, myasthenia gravis, ulcerative colitis, thrombotic thrombocytopenic purpura, and systemic lupus erythematosus are more frequent in patients with MS than in the general population. Here's the good and bad news that I have for you about autoimmune conditions. It is known in the research that if you get one autoimmune condition and you do the normal stuff, or let's say you do the conventional medicine stuff, or you do stuff that we tell you here is toxic, like you're going to see that they're going to tell MS patients to take vitamin A. Even though the research sucks. There is no good research on taking vitamin A long-term in it. But they'll tell everybody, oh, in theory, you should. Well, if you do the wrong things, it's going to get worse. If you are making yourself more toxic, you know how I just said the weak link in the chain? If you get more and more toxic, first weak link breaks. That's one autoimmune disease. You continue to get more toxic, more deficient. Second weak link breaks. That's your second disease. Third, then you keep going. Third weak link breaks. That's your third autoimmune disease. There's a reason why it is well known that autoimmune diseases, people usually get more than one. And over time, they get more of them. We all know that modern medicine expects you to get worse and sicker as you get older. We are reversing that for the people who follow this. And you guys who are here likely already know this. So let's keep going. Primary biliary cholangitis is a slow progressive liver disease with autoimmune feature in which non-purulent, we already went over this, destructive cholangitis and interlobular bile duct destruction occur. Like MS, other autoimmune disorders as thyroid diseases, Raynaud's, and Sjogren syndromes are seen more frequently in primary biliary cholangitis or cirrhosis. It's primary biliary cholangitis, I think, in this paper, but this is primary biliary cirrhosis. I think they're the exact same problem. Involvement of each of PBC and MS is thought to be related to environmental exposure in genetically susceptible persons. So what did they just connect here? We connected MS to other autoimmune disorders. And then we connect, and then this is a case showing PBC is connected to, like MS, other autoimmune disorders, such as thyroid. That would be hypothyroid, hyperthyroid, Hashimoto's, and Graves'. Raynaud and Sjogren syndromes are seen more frequently in primary biliary cholangitis. Oh, gosh, Anna, I'm sorry. Anna CA just said, my psychiatrist wants to put me on new meds because I'm listening to Dr. Garrett and trusting him over regular Western doctors. Oh my goodness, they're going to try to medicate you out of using your brain. I'm sorry, Anna. I'm sorry. These doctors are just, yes, if you're not listening to the mainstream, you must have a mental disorder, and that's sarcasm. But do you see how we just connected all of these? And then they say involvement of this problem, PBC, and MS is thought to be related to the same thing, environmental exposure in genetically susceptible persons. Genetics loads the gun, environment pulls the trigger. Same thing. That's all connected. This is why toxic bile theory pulls all of this together. Okay, let's keep going. Here we go. I'm going to get the link first for Joe. I mean, we have so many links to go over. This is going to be like a 3 or 4 hour show, folks. Bile acid. Oops, wait, that was the wrong one. Let me get back on this one, make it bigger. Bile acid metabolism is altered in multiple sclerosis, and supplementation ameliorates neuroinflammation. So let me translate that for you. The metabolism, the liver's bile acid metabolism is changed, and they're giving something, supplementing something, right? I know what it is. It ameliorates, makes it less neuroinflammation. So what do we want to see? Here's a very important thing. Do you care? What would you rather have? Let's say many of you out there have health issues and you're listening to this and you get labs done. You know your symptoms and you have labs done. Would you rather have perfect labs and feel like crap? Or would you rather feel amazing and have labs that maybe aren't so good? Most of us would say the smart answer is to say, I'd rather feel really good and maybe my labs are a little off. And here's what I want to tell you. As we fix people, sometimes their labs look worse as we fix them while their symptoms are disappearing or getting better. Because cleaning up, detoxing, fixing things, cleaning up is a dirty job, right? The garbage men who come and pick up our garbage every day, they're considered kind of dirty, right? I mean, the truck stinks, the garbage stinks, the garbage man stinks, but he is cleaning up. He's dirty, but he's the cleanup guy. Okay? So as we get people better, sometimes their labs look worse while they feel better. That's okay, as long as we know you're doing the right things. Sometimes labs just get better. But if we're fixing old, deep problems, sometimes they look a little worse. But what we don't want to do is give something to people where it just makes their labs look better and it makes them worse. Do you understand? This is what conventional medicine and a lot of functional medicine does. They give people medications or supplements that make their labs look better that they tell their client, ooh, or their patient, this is associated with better labs. And so that should make you feel better. And the patient goes, I feel worse. And the doctor goes, but your labs look better. Well, which do you want? Better looking labs and feeling worse? That's not what I would want. Luxury Curated says, if you have a parent with MS, would it be better to live in a sunnier climate, or otherwise, what would be your recommended course of action? Well, living, they would either, when we're talking just about sunlight or UV, well, I mean, if they move to somewhere sunnier and they don't ever go outside, that's not going to help them, right? A lot of you may live in super sunny areas, and if you don't go outside, it doesn't do anything for you. And then if you're sitting inside under crappy LED lights, that's even worse. So living in a sunnier area helps if they get outside more, yes. If they can't move somewhere where it is sunnier, then you're looking at doing something like tanning beds or a Spurdy lamp. We have an affiliate link for the Spurdy down in the video info box. Getting UV light, UVA and UVB, they both help. That would, on a regular basis, that would be an important thing. Absolutely. So that's just one thing. They have not found that like supplementing vitamin D has fixed MS. Well, I guess I may not have highlighted anything in this one. I thought I did. But we're going to get to another part where this must be the one. Yeah. Okay. Let me get into here. I think this is the same author. I think that's why I didn't. Let me see. What do we got here? This is Bhargava. Yeah, Bhargava is right there. Yeah, same guy. Okay. Yeah, this was the update. Come on now. Sometimes GLASP doesn't activate. So what did they do in this paper? So they're saying there's a bile acid problem. So they give them TUDCA. TUDCA is a secondary bile acid. Oh yeah, let me get through that link, Joe. Sorry about that. TUDCA is a secondary bile acid. It is UDCA, which is used in conventional medicine as it's given as a pharmaceutical medication. It is a secondary bile acid, and it's known in the research to cause lots of problems long term. TUDCA is taurine bound to an UDCA. That makes it TUDCA. And it's a supplement. You can go buy it at the grocery store or at the supplement store, and you can take it. What am I telling you causes disease? The recipe of the bile, which includes the bile acids that it's made of and all of the other toxic things in it. That's why we just call it toxic bile. And then, so there's the recipe of the toxic bile, and then there's the amount of toxic bile. This should make sense that if you have toxic bile, which, I mean, bile in general is not good to have in your blood. If you have toxic bile, the more of it you leak. So if you have the same recipe, you're assuming a standard recipe, like your recipe is staying the same. The more of it you leak into your bloodstream, the stronger your symptoms are. The less of it you leak into your bloodstream, the less your symptoms are. Hopefully this makes sense. It's like dose dependent, right? More bile is bad in your blood. Less bile is better. Then we can fix the recipe, and the recipe is how your symptoms show up. Okay? So they gave TUDCA. The TUDCA arm demonstrated increased serum levels of multiple bile acids. That's called cholestasis, folks. Cholestasis is bile in your blood, leaking bile into your blood. So they gave these people a supplement of bile. And then they saw more bile in the blood. However, why could TUDCA look good in the short term? Because it changes the bile acid recipe. You can tweak the bile acid recipe to change the expression of the disease. What do you think would happen if they took TUDCA away from these people? If they improve for a bit, they take it away, they're going to get worse. What I'm going to tell you, if they stay on it long enough, they're going to get more problems. What are we going to see here? So they're saying here, bile acid metabolism in MS is linked with brain and retinal atrophy. Okay, so we got that. Now let's go over what happened to these TUDCA folks. Actually, let me see. I did not look. Actually, could somebody in this paper, if you want to help me out, could you go and look for how long they gave them this? Just so I don't have to go search for it. So I want you to pay attention to this because they're covering for TUDCA really strongly. Adverse events, AEs, and their incidence can be found in Table 4. Adverse events occurred comparably in the two groups, with 7, a third of the participants in the placebo arm experienced a total of 8 adverse events, and 10, 38% participants in the TUDCA arm reporting 11 adverse events. Okay, so that seems pretty similar. GI-related adverse events. How do we get rid of toxic bile? What's the best way we can get rid of toxic bile? Through the intestines, right? Okay. GI-related adverse events, including nausea and vomiting. Those here who understand toxic bile theory, this is too much bile in the stomach. Diarrhea, too much bile in the intestines. Indigestion and reflux. Reflux is bile in the stomach, causing indigestion, which is related to nausea, which then leads to vomiting. Abdominal pain and cramps, well, that would be too much bile in your intestines. And cholangitis, inflammation of the bile ducts, were the majority of the adverse events in the TUDCA group. Did somebody figure out how many weeks this was? There were only 4 GI-related adverse events in the placebo group, including indigestion/reflux, constipation, abdominal pain and cramps, and increased flatulence. 16 weeks. Thanks, Joe. These are pretty mild. When you see cholangitis, that's pretty bad. Notably, the most common side effect in the TUDCA group was diarrhea, too much bile in the intestines, which occurred in 3 participants, while no one in the placebo group developed this adverse event. One non-GI related adverse event, facial rash, occurred in the TUDCA arm compared to 4 in the placebo arm, including UTI, upper respiratory infection, and deep venous thrombosis. Those don't sound, those sound like they were already going on. Okay, there was one serious adverse event, cholangitis, reported in the TUDCA group, which, remember, we just connected cholangitis to MS, which also led to hospitalization. It resolved without sequelae or later consequences and was deemed to be unlikely associated to the study treatment by the Data and Safety Monitoring Board of the study, who want to protect TUDCA, as the patient was found to have magnetic resonance cholangiopancreatography showing chronic changes, including abnormalities in the biliary tree and evidence of fibrosis and cirrhosis, in addition to a hepatobiliary liver to bile duct aminodiacetic acid scan, the HIDA scan, that showed no emptying of the gallbladder, which was felt to represent chronic cholecystitis. That's chronic inflammation of the gallbladder. There were no serious AEs or AEs leading to hospitalization in the placebo group. Then, so after all that, much more significant GI events in the TUDCA group. Thus, we demonstrate that TUDCA supplementation at the dose of 1,000 milligrams twice daily, that seems like a lot. I'm not familiar with TUDCA dosing, but that sounds like a lot. For a duration of 4 months is a safe and tolerable in people with PMS, which is the MS that was, what did they call it? PMS. It's not PMS like menstrual syndrome. Oh, progressive multiple sclerosis. Progressive. Okay. Now, why are you not hearing about TUDCA everywhere to treat MS? Probably because long-term, this is the funny thing, folks. Why don't we hear about it a lot? Probably because what we have here is a duration paradox effect. The TUDCA kind of slows detox at the start. Wait, they saw more bile acids in the blood. If you stop detox or you slow down bile production, it starts backing up into the system. It starts leaking into the bloodstream. You get more bile acids in the blood. You've changed the bile acid recipe, which could make things look better for a bit. But long term, you're getting more bile in the blood, which means whatever recipe disease that's going to cause, it's going to get worse over time. Okay. Remember how I told you you can change the recipe of the bile? TUDCA supplementation altered circulating bile acid levels in progressive MS. You can change the recipe to change the disease. Let me see. I'll save some time here. The TUDCA arm demonstrated significant increases in 5 out of the 15 bile acid levels tested over the study period, including levels of TUDCA, well, that makes sense, glyco-ursodeoxycholic acid, GUDCA. This is another, anytime you see UDCA, you know it's a secondary bile acid. Those are bad. Those are the worst ones. Ursodeoxycholic acid, or UDCA. Lithocholic acid. Do you know that this is called litho because it's stone forming? Cholic is related to bile. Gallstones. Gallstone forming bile acid. And it went up. And glycolithocholic acid. So this is glycinated. One of the things your body does to bile acids. This is not good or bad. Your body can conjugate bile acids by adding taurine or glycine or sulfate to them. And it can take any particular bile acid that you either put a glycine on or a taurine on or a sulfate on. You can make that bile acid better for you or worse for you. You'd have to look at each one of these individually and how it relates to all these different diseases to know whether that's good or bad. But it shows you that if, like, let's say some of you take taurine and you feel better, or some of you take taurine and you feel worse, or some of you take glycine and you feel better, and some of you take glycine and you feel worse, this is how you change the bile acid recipe, by adding more of these amino acids onto the bile. That's why it can work for some people and not work for others. Okay. These data demonstrate that TUDCA supplementation results in an increase of multiple circulating bile acid levels in progressive multiple sclerosis. That is going to be bad over time. That means you are leaking more bile into your blood. Does TUDCA slow down detox? Well, additionally, 14 metabolic pathways showed a down regulation, or a slowing down, over the study period in the TUDCA arm compared to placebo, while one pathway demonstrated upregulation. Does that sound like a good ratio? Probably not a good ratio to have 14 things slowing down. Overall, these data demonstrate that TUDCA supplementation alters the composition, that's also known as the recipe, and function of the gut microbiota in progressive multiple sclerosis. So it's changing the gut biome. You know what feeds your gut biome, either for better or worse? Bile. We're going to go over the gut biome in relationship to MS, because that's always the second thing we go over. Let's see. Last thing on this one, I believe. Nope. Building upon prior work that identified abnormal bile acid metabolism in MS, here we demonstrate that an observational cohort of people with MS, that baseline circulating levels of bile acid metabolites predicts subsequent disease progression as assessed using 2 imaging modalities, brain MRI and retinal OCT. I don't know what that stands for right now. Specifically, we noted that abnormal bile acid metabolism, particularly primary bile acids, predicted faster whole brain and brain substructure atrophy, in addition to predicting faster ONL atrophy in the retina. Wait, it affects the eyes? What would affect the eyes that's in the bile, folks? That would be vitamin A, retinol. Because our initial study had demonstrated that bile acid levels were altered, different recipe, in pediatric, childhood onset, and adults with MS, with more, oh God, they're getting kids with MS. Oh, it's just getting worse. With more severe alterations noted in progressive disease. Well, that makes sense. More severe, progressive, yeah. The relationships noted in the current study between bile acid levels and imaging outcomes were not surprising. Additionally, the presence of bile acid receptors, both nuclear, such as FXR, and on the cell surface, such as GPBAR1, on immune and glial cells in the brain, and especially in MS lesions, also provide a plausible mechanism by which circulating bile acids can impact disease progression. Okay? The bile is affecting your brain. There was more bile acid precursors in multiple sclerosis, if you remember that other study. Oh, Joe got it. It was retinal OCT, optical coherence tomography. So they're capturing high-resolution images of the retina and its various layers. Okay, that's enough on that one. Okay. Again, another variation here, targeting metabolism to treat multiple sclerosis. Let me see what we got here. The circulating metabolome. We'll go over that in a second. Did I post the link? No, I didn't. Circulating metabolome. What's a metabolome? For anybody who has a fit about looking at Wikipedia for a simple definition, you need to get over yourself. The metabolome refers to a complete set of small molecule chemicals found within a biological sample. So they're analyzing a biological sample for a bunch of things. They could be looking at cells, cellular organelles, an organ, a tissue extract, a biofluid, or an entire organism. The small molecule chemicals found in a given metabolome may include both endogenous, as in made within the body, metabolites that are naturally produced by an organism, such as amino acids, organic acids, nucleic acids, fatty acids, amines, sugars, vitamins, cofactors, pigments, antibiotics, etc. Oh, naturally produced antibiotics. Wow. Boy, the pharma cartel really wants to sell you on that, don't they? As well as exogenous chemicals, such as drugs, like antibiotics. Anyway, environmental contaminants, toxins, food additives, toxins, and other xenobiotics, probably mostly toxins, that are not naturally produced by an organism. So that's the metabolomes. They're analyzing a sample for a bunch of things. Now, if you're ever trying to look for bile stuff, one of the search terms you can use is you can look for metabolome or metabolomics. And sometimes you'll find that they analyze bile, but the paper wouldn't come up if you searched for bile. Okay? So the circulating metabolome is at the intersection of these various factors. Genome, so your genetics, gut microbiome, your gut bacteria, and exposome, we'll go over that in a second, and provides unique insights into the pathophysiology of the disease. What is the exposome? Well, this should make sense. I don't even know if I need to read this whole thing. The exposome is a concept used to describe environmental exposures like toxicities that an individual encounters throughout life and how these exposures impact biology and health. Funny that toxicity is everywhere, but like I had never heard of this term. In all the papers I've looked at, I've never heard of exposome. It encompasses both external and internal factors, including chemical, physical, biological, and social factors that may influence human health. Genetics loads the gun. Environment pulls the trigger. The study of the exposome has become a useful tool in understanding the interplay between genetics and environmental factors in the development of diseases, with a particular focus on chronic conditions. The concept has been widely applied, sure it has, in fields such as epidemiology, toxicology, and public health, among others, and has led to significant advances. Significant advances in our understanding of disease etiology and prevention. Oh, yeah, so they understand better how diseases are caused and how to prevent them. Sure, they do. By considering the cumulative effect of multiple exposures, accumulation, because toxins accumulate in people. Anybody who says toxins do not accumulate is a liar. Oh, here's the exposome link. And let me get the metabolome link just for anybody who's interested. These are, just remember, you can always look at my screen and get the link. You know, you can always just type that in if you don't see the chat later. Okay. Yeah, like the link right here. Let's see. It provides a holistic approach to the study of gene-environment interactions, allowing for a more accurate assessment of disease risk and the identification of potential intervention strategies. Here's the best intervention strategy in terms of toxicity. Avoid toxicity as much as possible. Reduce your exposure. Minimize your exposure. That is the highest priority. This is what conventional medicine doesn't talk about. Like if you saw my weight loss and toxicity live stream and you saw how many studies linked excess body fat to persistent organic pollutants, like forever chemicals is one. But do doctors ever talk about that in terms of weight loss? No. Environmental exposures can have a significant impact on an individual's health. Exposure to air pollution, for example, has been linked to an increased risk of respiratory disease, heart disease, and even premature death. How many doctors are fighting for cleaner air? Similarly, exposure to certain chemicals in consumer products has been linked to an increased risk of cancer and other health problems. How many doctors are fighting against the cosmetics industry putting such crap in the products? In it, they like to say it doesn't matter. In addition to external factors, the internal exposome can also influence an individual's health outcome. For example, genetics can play a role in how an individual's body processes and responds to environmental exposures, while the gut microbiome can affect an individual's immune system and overall health. As our understanding of the exposome continues to evolve, it is likely that we will gain new insights into the complex interplay between our environment and our health. The gut microbiome, just remember, it grows or doesn't grow, for better or worse, in relationship to what it is fed, just like your garden would. Okay? So now let's get back into this one. Joe, did I do this link? I'll do it again anyway. Metabolic dysfunction in multiple sclerosis. Multiple studies have now established that the circulating metabolome, the stuff going around in your blood, as well as the cerebrospinal fluid metabolome, the stuff floating around in your CSF. Remember, there was more bile acid precursors in there. In MS, display multiple alterations compared to healthy controls. The metabolic pathways involved are primarily linked to energy metabolism, glucose metabolism, ketone bodies, amino acid metabolism, oxidative stress, as in glutathione metabolism. Don't just go take more glutathione, folks. Lipid metabolism, short-chain fatty acids, sphingolipid and phospholipid metabolism. How do you get short-chain fatty acids? What's the best way? Fiber in your diet. You feed the microbiome that eats the fiber. They digest it. They break it down into short-chain fatty acids. And xenobiotic, as in xanthine and benzoate metabolism. Hey, what do we need to run xanthine oxidase, folks? Do you know what mineral? Molybdenum. Some of you may not have even heard of it. While some studies have attempted to link specific metabolic pathways, such as tryptophan metabolism. Hey, do you know what really important amino acid, which is called a vitamin, is made from tryptophan, which we're going to go over later? Niacin, nicotinic acid, not niacinamide. Never take niacinamide. Let me say it again. Never take niacinamide. If you want to supplement niacin, you only do flush niacin, aka nicotinic acid. Niacinamide causes problems. So, to disease risk or severity, there is, While some studies have attempted to link specific metabolic pathways to disease risk or severity, there is a paucity or a lack of large longitudinal studies that examine the utility of metabolic dysfunction as a diagnostic or prognostic. This is predictive biomarker. Let me make sure. What else do I need? Altered bile acid metabolism in MS. Bile acids are cholesterol metabolites that play an important role in lipid absorption in the gut. Let me just tell you, folks, if you have high cholesterol, you're toxic. We fix high cholesterol by making you less toxic. If you are sick and you have low cholesterol, your liver's not making cholesterol to detox you as much as you should. And this is why chronically underweight people are actually sicker than chronically overweight people in general. So really low cholesterol and also low vitamin A in somebody who has not earned these things and they are very unwell is a bad sign. High cholesterol and overweight is also a sign of toxicity, but the advantage that the overweight person has is at least they're able to make the body fat to store all this toxicity in away from the system. The chronically underweight people are not making the body fat, and it's just floating around in their system and getting stuck in their liver. That's the difference. So, they play an important role in lipid absorption in the gut. They do a heck of a lot more than that. Besides this function, these molecules can also be absorbed into the circulation and have effects on cells throughout the body. In our recent study, we noted that the levels of multiple, I want you to understand this. Besides this function, these molecules can also be absorbed into the circulation and have effect on cells throughout the body. That's a medical condition. That's a disease. It's called cholestasis. This is toxic bile theory. Absorbing bile through layers of the body that it's not supposed to go through. It's a disease condition. In our recent study, we noted that the levels of multiple bile acids were reduced in the circulation of both MS and children with MS, in the circulation of both adults and children with MS from 2 academic MS centers. I want you to understand there's 56, that last count, from what I've gone through in the research, there are 56 different bile acids at least in humans. How many of you seen them measuring? Like even one said, oh, they measured 16. What about the other 40 of them? So if they say there's less of the ones they measured, but they only measured 2 or 6 or 10 or 15 of them, and there's like 40 plus more that they didn't measure, what are they telling you? I mean, what does that tell you? If somebody said, how many pennies, how much money do you have? And you only tell them how many pennies you have, that doesn't really tell them how much money you have, does it? These findings were initially noted on untargeted metabolomics assays and were then confirmed in an additional cohort using targeted metabolomic analyses. In the adult MS population, alterations were most pronounced in those with progressive disease. So the biggest changes were most pronounced in those with progressive disease. Interestingly, recent studies have also demonstrated alterations in bile acid metabolism in Alzheimer's disease. Shocking. Noting an imbalance between certain circulating primary and secondary bile acid concentrations. What would we call this? The recipe? Oh, they have a different bile acid recipe and they present with this disease. We noted similar changes in the ratios, similar changes in a neurological degenerative condition. We noted similar changes in the ratios of certain primary and secondary bile acid metabolites in MS, but additionally noted reductions in multiple other circulating bile acid concentrations compared to controls. Remember, they're measuring the blood, the serum, but what did we show in that very first paper about in the cerebrospinal fluid? There was more bile acid precursors there. Measuring the blood does not tell you what is happening in the tissues themselves. Measuring things in the blood is actually a great way to hide problems. It's the best that I have in most of this research, but it's all, you have to understand, it's a great way to show the problems. And when you find studies that show tissue levels that are, let's say, high versus the blood, which might be low, what are the tissues doing? They're accumulating it out of the blood. Why are they doing that? I don't know. The body's probably trying to save you by pulling stuff out of the blood so it doesn't affect your heart and your brain and kill you. But you have to assume that the body's intelligent and it's doing what it can do. It's doing the best it can with what it has available. So now we're going on to the biome. I don't want to spend too much time on this, but I'm going to tell you, MS is going to have an altered gut biome, and they're going to have leaky gut. If you don't know what causes leaky gut yet, because everybody on the internet will be like, gluten causes leaky gut. No, gluten doesn't cause leaky gut. What's actually been shown, if you watch my celiac episode, is that people who are sensitive to gluten dump more bile when they eat it. What does toxic bile do? It eats holes in things. So when celiac folks or gluten intolerant folks eat gluten, it triggers a big bile dump. It eats holes in things, and then they get leaky gut. This is the mechanism. So I'm just going to review this: bile acids, intestinal barrier dysfunction, and related diseases. Bile acids are small molecules synthesized from cholesterol in the liver, secreted into the duodenum, and transformed into secondary or tertiary bile acids by the gut microbiota. I may have heard of tertiary bile acids. So this is 3 changes, right? There's primary, secondary, tertiary. Secondary are regarded as bad. Honestly, maybe I've heard of tertiary before and I forgot. But I'm sitting here going, when I read this, I was like, tertiary? I don't even know that I've heard of tertiary before. Those have to be even worse. But they're changed into, so your gut biome can make your bile worse. Gosh, which bacteria, good or bad, do you think you're feeding with your toxic bile if they're feeding on it and they're making more and more secondary and tertiary bile acids that are even worse? You feed, you get more of what you feed. So if you feed the wrong bacteria because you're toxic, and these certain bacteria love toxicity and they love bile acids, then you're going to get more of them. Hopefully that makes sense. You want to grow something better in your garden, you put food for that plant in the soil. That's how you get more of it, right? This should make sense. So let's go find the next one. Now, what I'm getting at here is bile is the determinant of your leaky gut. Bile acids are recognized as key molecules that control the integrity of the compromised intestinal barrier. Why don't we just say bile acids are the main cause of leaky gut? Key molecules control integrity of the compromised intestinal barrier. Your leaky gut is a bile problem. The integrity or the lack of leakiness. The integrity of the intestinal barrier requires constant renewal of the epithelial boundary. That's the inner layer of skin cells, basically, the internal skin cells, if you want to call them that, of the gut. Maintenance of tight junctions, physical barrier, mucus secretion. This is how you protect it. And normal gut microbiota, biochemical barrier, and a finely regulated intestinal lamina propria immune system, immune barrier. Because of the complexity and heterogeneity, this is the differences of the intestinal barrier, specific mechanisms underlying the dysfunction of the intestinal barrier are still far from clear. What if it was just all bile and they're trying to look for pharmaceutical mechanisms? That bile acids may play a pivotal role in many aspects of the maintenance of intestinal barrier integrity is a novel concept, as in new. Of interest, it is now understood that bile acids can activate specific BARs or other downstream signaling pathways to modulate, this means control, biological functions of the intestinal mucosal barrier. How many more key words do we need to basically say that bile rules your leaky gut and the gut biome? What changes your bile? What do we learn about in the Love Your Liver program? The composition, the recipe of bile acids is affected by diet, exercise, drugs, age, and other factors, and responds dynamically. It changes to local and whole body cues. I think they need a C there. Alteration of the bile acid profile, changing the bile acid recipe, changes the permeability of the intestinal mucosa and affects the barrier function through controlling the expression of tight junction proteins. Hound Jog Sun Fiber is shipping. It's in shipping to me right now. We will announce it everywhere once it's back in, but it is finally in the mail to us. And yeah, we're excited to have it back. So it will be back soon. Exact same stuff as before, and it will be there. So let's see. For example, a high-fat diet induced increase in deoxycholic acid. This is a secondary bile acid. It is a major environmental factor in the development of colorectal cancer. Shocking. Shocking, shocking, shocking. Yeah, that's it on that one. Okay. Yeah, actually, you want to hear a funny story about sun fiber? I sent Julie a Google Chat the other day because we talk on Google Chat, and I was like, I need a bag of sun fiber. I'm out. And she goes, I don't have any to give you. And I was like, oh crap. I'm in the same boat as you guys. I was like, I need some sun fiber. And she's like, nope, don't got it. I was like, dang it. Even the boss can't get sun fiber right now. No. And then just so you guys know, this is a good sign. The company that makes sun fiber, actually, it's doing so well on the market, they couldn't keep up production. So they actually were out. They were out. That's one reason it took us a while to get it, was because the company that makes it was out. And then we got some. And then the manufacturer, of course, we have manufacturer issues because they just seem to run super slow. Well, they finally got it out to us a little earlier than we thought, because the company that makes the sun fiber got it in earlier than they thought. But they are working on increasing their production capacity because it is going so well. So here we go. Focus on the gut to brain axis. MS, the intestinal barrier, and the microbiome. Gosh, they're all connected. What do you think connects all these? Patients with multiple sclerosis have been shown to have an altered microbiome, which changes the bile, increased intestinal permeability, which is controlled by the bile, and changes in bile acid metabolism. They just told you what's causing those other two things. So that's all we're going to go over on that one. Did I do that link? Yeah, I did. Good. Let's do this one. Okay, gut microbiome in progressive multiple sclerosis. What are they saying here? I don't know what they're saying this beta stands for. But anyway, results. Microbiota diversity differed between MS patients and controls, but did not differ between RRMS, which is what? Relapsing-remitting MS and progressive MS, or differ based on disease-modifying therapy. So they're giving people stuff like pharmaceutical meds to try to change the MS. And it didn't change their microbiome. Why? Probably because the bile rules the microbiome. Okay. So they found some more of certain bacteria and less of certain bacteria. This is an interesting one. Contrary to the view that elevated Akkermansia, some of you have heard of Akkermansia, in MS has a detrimental role. So they're saying normally other papers have suggested that Akkermansia in MS has a bad role. We found that Akkermansia, so how much of this probiotic was in the gut, was linked to lower disability, suggesting a beneficial role. Consistent with this, we found that Akkermansia isolated from MS patients ameliorated EAE, which was linked to a reduction in this and IL-17 producing T cells. EAE, just so you need to remember this. Let me look up if they have it here. Yeah. Induced experimental autoimmune encephalomyelitis. This is an animal model of MS. Okay. So we're going to see EAE a lot because that's how they try to study MS in animals. They induce it. Akkermansia, what is one thing in the research that we know stimulates the growth of Akkermansia? You guys are going to love this. Apple skin. Apple peel. Gosh, do we eat apples on the program? Yes. Do I personally, you want to get organic for sure, and you want to wash them well, and you want to try to avoid that appeal that Mr. Bill Gates has decided to make and try to put on all the apples. You do want to try to avoid that. I saw that Natural Grocers I went to one up in Idaho, and they were bragging on posters saying that they do not have any appeal, APEEL apples. I was like, wow, that's cool. They said they would never carry them. So organic apples. Now, I want to tell you about the apple peel. People will be like, but it has some beta carotene and carotenoids in it, and it's got polyphenols in it. Well, yes, but think of how little that peel is of the entire apple, right? It's not 99% of the apple, or 90% plus is the inside of it, the flesh, not the skin on the outside. I feel better when I eat the apple with the skin. Some people may feel better when they don't eat the skin. Gosh, what might be the difference? Maybe it's your gut biome telling you that you're feeding it the right way or you're feeding it the wrong way. So I know Grant peels his apples. I know a lot of you out there peel your apples. And that's what I'm saying is you might want to try, if you get good apples, try eating it with the peel and without and see which one you feel better on. Will says, so what you're telling me is I need to get some Honeycrisp? I mean, I actually, you know what I like better? Honeycrisp are so expensive. I like the new Cosmic Crisp apples are really good, and they're cheaper than the Honeycrisp. At least they used to be. So Will says the skin makes them fun to eat too. I mean, it's okay, folks. One of the reasons people have such messed up faces these days is because we don't chew difficult things enough. We eat all these so when you think of Weston Price's work and he's like, look at their face changes and all this stuff, it was because they moved to processed foods. It was not dairy and butter and this other stuff. It was the fact that their foods are like, our modern foods, processed foods are like baby food, basically, right? Even the stuff we eat on the program, like oatmeal, you cook it, it's basically mush. You need to chew things. Your bones are formed by how the muscles pull on them. If you want stronger bones, you need the muscles to pull on the bones to tell the bones they need to get stronger. If you want to fix your face, first of all, the Mewing app, which is, what is it called? Mewingapp.co is the website, I believe. You want the original Mewing app that has Mike Mew on it. And you follow that and you learn. Actually, the biggest thing about mewing is how to swallow. It's not doing the stupid Giga Chad face. Having your tongue on the roof of your mouth is part of it, but you actually learn how to get it all on the roof of your mouth, where even the back third of it is up against the roof of your mouth, not just the front part. Don't just buy any cheap ass Mewing app or read websites on it. Like the Mewing app is like, I don't know, $20. Get it. Learn how to swallow. If you were formula fed, your swallowing's probably jacked up. If you've got face issues like jaw issues and stuff like that, your swallowing and your tongue position is probably messed up. This is the cheapest way to fix it. And then if you don't have TMJ issues, the one tip I'll give you on the mewing, folks, is I know Mike Mew is big on having your teeth together at rest. What I'm going to say is I feel best if I have this is when I did mewing based on the websites and the free stuff before, I actually gave myself TMJ. I figured out later that Kelsey said something brilliant to me, which was her mom is a dentist. I'm going to go meet her this weekend, but her mom said that the most important thing to prevent TMJ is to figure out what is the best resting position for your jaw. And I was always feeling like when I had my teeth together, which is what he says in the Mewing app, when I had my teeth together, like there was too much tension in my jaw. It did not feel right, but I kept doing it because that's what he said. And I got a little TMJ. So then I decided, okay, having my teeth together caused me problems. I feel best with, and he said there's two schools of thought in mewing, this other group that's kind of like a spin-off, I forget the name of it, but he was saying they like to keep the teeth just apart. And I went, me keeping my teeth just apart is how I get less tension. That's where it feels like I'm in the best resting position. So I did that. Again, doc, it hurts when I do this. Well, then don't do that. Mike Mew says to keep your teeth together. I'm like, that messed me up. I'm not going to do that. So I do the tongue on the roof of my mouth. I swallow right, and I let my teeth be just a little apart. And you know what had happened when I started doing the mewing and I left my teeth apart? I had some TMJ problems that I actually had what felt like tooth pain in my lower right jaw. It felt like tooth pain, but I was pretty sure it was TMJ. And I started doing the mewing and keeping my teeth just apart. And within a week, it was completely gone and it hasn't come back. And I'm even chewing the mastic gum every day. If you guys start chewing mastic gum to build up your jaw muscles and your jaw, if you have TMJ problems, you better fix those first with the mewing before you chew. I want to tell you that in the Mewing app, Mike Mew actually says he doesn't teach the chewing hard things because too many people are too dumb about it and they jack up their jaw, because if you're all out of alignment and you go and you try to do things strong, all you're doing is grinding stuff and causing excess tension. So be very careful of adding a bunch of chewing things if you don't learn proper swallowing and get that tongue position right and fix your TMJ stuff first. Then you won't need to do mouth taping at night because the mewing will hold your mouth shut and you'll fix your TMJ and your face will start to look different and all of these things. Okay. Yeah, Will was saying he's never had TMJ and his teeth always rest just 2 millimeters apart. Yeah, I haven't measured mine, but I just feel best that way. And I don't think mewing is going to change that. And I don't think I need to. But you have to remember, folks, that doctors, even like, let's say Mike Mew, may recommend a general thing. Like, let's say 90% of people do best mewing with their teeth together and 10% do better with their teeth just apart. Well, he's going to speak to the 90% like I do here. If you're in the 10% who has to figure out that teeth together doesn't work for you, well, I'm telling you right now, keep an eye out. You could try going around during the day doing the mewing and see if you feel better with your teeth together or you feel better with your teeth apart. And then I'm just going to say, do whatever feels the best. Okay? So that's the apple and mewing tangent. You see why I tell you this today's going to be like 3 or 4 hours? Okay. Because I have these wonderful tangents. But yeah, let me find no, I didn't want .com. I wanted .co. Hold on. Yes, okay. Sorry, Joe, show this real quick. I'll put the link up. If you guys want to get the app, it is, I was right. I did remember it properly. Mewingapp.co, not mewingapp.com. That's a different one. It is mewingapp.co. Dr. Mew right here. This is his. They have a free trial. You can download the app. Like, you do have to pay for it, but it's totally worth it. You can fix your jaw problems and look better. But he even says, I want you to understand, this is how badly this work has been abused. It's going to be like if suddenly people decide to start doing a low vitamin A diet to look better. That's not the point. Mewing is not, he actually says in the videos that if you are trying to do mewing to look better, he associates that with body dysmorphia. And he's like, I don't want you to do this. This is not about looking better. This is about fixing your swallowing, which remember, he says the swallowing is the most important thing. Your face should not move when you swallow. Nothing on your face should move other than your where you see your neck move because you're actually moving, muscles in your neck to swallow. Your face you should be able to look at your face in the mirror and see no movement, no tension, nothing. It's not about the Giga Chad face. So, okay. So let's go to this one now. Did I already post that one? 351. Yeah. Okay. Gut-oriented interventions in patients with multiple sclerosis. Fact or fiction? Helping your gut. Does it really help? There is emerging evidence that alterations in the gut microbiome and increased intestinal permeability, we just went over this, may be causative factors. But how did the gut microbiome change and how did the intestinal permeability change? Oh, we know. In the complex interplay between nutrition, metabolic status, and immune inflammatory response in patients with MS. This suggests the possibility that modification of lifestyle, environment, and the microbiome, for example, by specific diets, or of course they throw this in, fecal microbiota transplantation. So they can either inject an enema of somebody else's poop up into your tuchus, or you can take pills of crap. And I'm dead serious. They will give you pills of somebody else's fecal probiotics. Supplementation with bile acids. Well, here's what I'm going to tell you. Supplementing bile acids has never fixed a bile acid problem, which is what MS is. And intestinal barrier enhancers, whatever the heck that means, may positively influence the pathogenesis of MS. But what would this fix? If you could enhance the barrier of your intestine, well, you'd be leaking less bile and toxicity into your blood. You may also be reducing your ability to absorb nutrition. Okay. Okay. Involvement of gut microbiota in multiple sclerosis. Review of a new pathophysiological hypothesis and potential treatment target, right? So they just want to treat it with drugs. That's what they do. Changes in the composition and interrelationships in the gut microbiota have significant impact on the course of MS. Dysbiosis affects the disease course mainly by influencing the immune system, directly, but also by modifying the secreted metabolites and increasing mucosal permeability. Notice how they just won't talk about bile. The essential metabolites affecting the course of MS are short-chain fatty acids made by eating fiber, which alter pro and anti-inflammatory responses of the immune system, but also increase the permeability of the intestinal wall and the blood-brain barrier. Oh, no. The essential, no. We already went over that. Dietary modification alone can have a significant impact on MS. Based on these interactions, new treatments for MS are being developed. Of course, they need new treatments, including probiotics administration, supplementation of bacterial metabolites, fecal microbiota transplantation, and dietary changes. Wait, so we know this will work, and they put it at the end of the list. We don't want to have doctors talk to people about nutrition. How are they going to fit you in 12 minutes? Right? And then people wonder, do I have to watch and read all of the Love Your Liver program? No, you can go to the MD and have a 10-minute visit and get put on poison and get worse. Or you can put some time in and learn about why you're sick and how to fix it. We have all been poisoned for the last 120 years, at least. Undoing that is not a weekend cleanse. It is basically a lifestyle. And then you get to fix your problems, and then you're better, and you know what makes you better and what makes you worse, and you can choose whether you want to do it or not. Multiple people, many of you in the chat would probably know that, you can get away with eating quote unquote badly for 1 meal, 2 meals, 3 meals. But if you do it too much, you start to notice the problems come back, and you decide that that's unacceptable, and you fix your diet. And you go back to eating what you know helps you feel the best. It's like a self-reinforcing thing. Eve asked, do I recommend colonoscopies for intestinal problems? What problem does a colonoscopy fix? That is the question. It doesn't fix anything. It could puncture a hole in your intestine. Go look up intestinal perforation and colonoscopy. Go look that up. You could die on the table while they have a camera up your pooper. So, the idea here, would I recommend imaging for any particular problem? So let's just make this a big imaging question. Okay. Now, if you go and you get that imaging, do I ask for imaging from my clients? No. Why? Because no matter the results of the imaging, it's not going to change the concepts and principles that we are trying to fix, the toxicities and the deficiencies, so that the body can heal the actual problem. So a colonoscopy, if they go in and they tell you you've got a giant tumor in there, okay, well, that would affect what you're going to do, possibly, because if you're if we were to the point where you're I can't poop, I've got a giant tumor blocking my intestine, I can't poop. Yeah, go get it taken out. Yeah, if you are pooping blood, on a regular basis, and you know it's not hemorrhoids, because first of all, you should always, if you ever see red blood on the toilet paper, you suspect hemorrhoids, okay? Bright red blood typically means hemorrhoids. Hemorrhoids are a liver problem. There are too much congestion in the blood supply, called the portal vein, going to your liver, and the back pressure is bulging out a blood vessel in your bum, whether it's just inside your bum or whether it's on more towards the outside, and then you bleed. But so if you had something the only time I'd get a colonoscopy would be if I saw something really wrong in my poop and I couldn't figure out what it was. Then I might do that. So Joe asked, should we use Preparation H? Well, if you're using Preparation H to basically desiccate or dry out a hemorrhoid, are you fixing the cause? No. Will the cause show up somewhere else? Probably. But yeah, the only imaging, okay, so an example in my life, I have a meniscal issue on my left knee. I wanted to I've done, anybody who knows me, if you've heard me talk about all the things I've done in health, you can imagine how many things, like non-invasive things, I did to try to fix my knee. If you don't know me well, I did a lot of things. And I have good biomechanics in general. I think it was just 8 years of baseball catching and jumping up out of a catcher's stance to throw the ball and doing that. I mean, I used to do bullpen catching on a Saturday practice for 4 hours. 4 straight hours. So, yeah, it's not, my knees have had their wear and tear, but all I have at the end of all of that is a little meniscal issue. So I went and I got an MRI of it because my buddy, the DO who does prolotherapy or PRP, he requires that. So we went and got it. He's like, okay, he looked at it. And then he did the PRP with ultrasound because that's his guiding stuff. He needed to know where the problem was, because this is a treatment where we're going directly after it. If you wanted to get a colonoscopy to find out if you have tumors in there, okay. I mean, I'm never against imaging to get a diagnosis. I'm never against any imaging. If you want to get imaging, up to you. It depends on what you're going to do with that information. If the information, if it's not going to change anything you're doing, but it's just going to give you health anxiety, well, that's going to be detrimental. So why do it? If it's going to help, if you're like the type of person where you go, oh, there's a problem, like me with my knee, I'm like, there's a problem in my knee, I'm going to fix it. It doesn't make me anxious. I'm going to get motivated by it and fix the problem. Then that's different. If you are a very anxious person, getting more and more imaging and more labs is probably just going to give you more and more anxiety, because there's going to find more and more things wrong. And you're going to be like, oh my gosh, there's so many things wrong. So, Victor, I already went over that. I don't have my camera today. It's in Idaho, and it's coming back next week. I will be doing the camera next week. I may even be buying a better camera, but I don't have one today. So, so she was asking for a diverticulitis diagnosis. Well, an inflammation of the gut, what is it going to change? Would that change? Would diverticulitis, if they found it, the biggest thing you can do for diverticulosis or diverticulitis, folks, stop eating all nightshades. Back in the 90s, the guy who started the nightshade stuff, I forget his name. He's in the article. Let me show you. You want to go read about nightshades? Go to the Weston Price website, or you search for Weston Price nightshades and my name. So if you ever wanted to give somebody a link, am I associated with the Weston Price Foundation? Well, I presented at their convention in 2010. Do I have anything to do with them anymore? Oh, no. So if you ever want to share this with somebody, but the guy who started this, what is his name? What is his name? Childers, Dr. Childers. Oh, I don't even mention him in this article? Wait, hold on. There it is. Yeah, no, I mentioned him. Of course I mentioned him. I always give credit. So he wrote a book called The Arthritis Diet, and he was the big first nightshades guy. He used to say they would regularly fix diverticulosis by getting people off nightshades. Like, that was the only thing they were doing. That's all they did. They just took them off nightshades. Tomatoes, potatoes, peppers, spicy or not, eggplant, tobacco, ashwagandha, and goji berries. Those are the big ones. But you can also read this article if you ever want to share it with somebody to help them get rid of their arthritis or other stuff. Just tell them to not read any of the other crap on the Weston Price website. Otherwise, let's go back to here. Yeah, so that's what they were going to give people, but dietary changes. Now, let's go. Oh, so you remember how I told you that toxicity will just spread and give you multiple conditions? Here's another paper, clinical implications for the association of psoriasis and multiple sclerosis, an observational study. Well, Eve, if you have intestinal issues and you have a genetic propensity towards intestinal issues, I would try to figure out, if you were to look at, let's say, the Love Your Liver program, and you were to look at what your mom ate and what we would suggest you don't eat versus what you might still be eating, you could probably figure out a thread between those two of, yeah, wow, my mom had these issues and she ate a lot of this, and Dr. Smith says don't eat that. Oh, and I'm still eating it. Get rid of it. Like I know from my dad died of prostate cancer. I think he was about 68. And my mom got Parkinson's-like syndrome, which she's still dealing with. And what they worked in a dental office. Like I could walk into that office and you can smell the plastics and the, those of you who have been in dental offices, it's nasty in the air in there. And then my dad's breathing in, when they're drilling the teeth or putting in the composites, or back when they did, my dad stopped doing mercury fillings about 15 years before he retired completely, but he was doing mercury. So what preempted or what predetermined that my parents were probably going to get sick at an early age? Well, there's the dental office. And then my dad would go on the golf course full of pesticides and herbicides and all sorts of garbage. My dad used to go to try to stay fit. What he liked doing was he would carry like 3 clubs and he would run. He would carry his clubs in one hand and he would run from one. He'd hit the ball, run to the next ball, hit the ball, run to the next one. And so he did like a speed golf thing before speed golf was a big thing. So he's out there in short socks, running through the grass, probably absorbing tons of all that chemical crap they sprayed on it through his ankles and his calves. That when you look at why people get sick early, there are always reasons. And then what preempted my mom to get Parkinson's-like syndrome? Well, before my dad died, he moved them into a house directly on a golf course. As my mom started to get the Parkinson's-like symptoms, I could see on the days she would tell me they're spraying today, and I feel bad. She could directly correlate when they would spray stuff on the golf course with her symptoms. She lived on that golf course for 6 years. And I finally made her leave the golf course. I was like, I have to get you out of here. So we did. But these toxicity exposures, there are reasons for this. And what do pesticides mainly slow down? If you didn't know, they slow down ALDH, aldehyde dehydrogenase. Oh, we'll get to aldehydes in this too. So connecting psoriasis and MS. Among 253 respondents, 5.85%, so that's 6%, right? That's about 1 in 16, reported a psoriasis diagnosis that was confirmed after the dermatological evaluation. Oh, Joe, you might want to put up my live stream about how vitamin A toxicity causes psoriasis. So then if psoriasis is connected to MS, gosh, would MS have a vitamin A problem? Among patients with psoriasis, 66.67 had a progressive course of multiple sclerosis. And the onset of psoriasis typically occurred after MS diagnosis. One autoimmune leads to another autoimmune. Okay. Okay, let me see. Gosh, we're only on the second one. Let me find the next one. Oh, come on. There we go. So those of you who know, I always go over aldehydes and aldehyde dehydrogenase in diseases. Imagine that there's a connection here between MS and aldehydes. ALDH, the enzyme that processes aldehydes. So if you don't process the aldehydes right through ALDH, you build up aldehydes and they cause lots of damage. And aldehyde dehydrogenase, what we can generally watch is as you slow down aldehyde dehydrogenase, you reduce bile production and dumping. And if you are able to restore ALDH, it tends to increase your bile production and dumping, which has to happen over time because that's how you're going to get rid of this toxicity that's in you causing your disease. Wow, look at this. Aldehyde dehydrogenase 2 deficiency aggravates neuroinflammation, nociception, this is pain reception, and motor impairment in a mouse model of MS. Huh. Slowing ALDH aggravates MS. What a weird connection. Aldehyde dehydrogenase 2 deficiency, found in 36% of Han Chinese, affects approximately 8% of the world population. What do you have to do if you have a genetic problem in your detox? You have to work harder. That's it. It's not a death sentence. You have to work harder. ALDH2 is a mitochondrial key enzyme in detoxifying reactive aldehydes to less reactive forms. Studies demonstrate a potential link between ALDH2 mutation and neurodegenerative diseases. Multiple sclerosis is an incurable and disabling neurodegenerative autoimmune disease that induces motor and cognitive impairment and hypersensitivity, including chronic pain. Accumulating evidence suggests that reactive aldehydes such as 4-HNE, 4-hydroxynonenaldehyde, see, they took out the dehyde there, so you don't know it's an aldehyde, contribute to MS pathogenesis, the creation of MS. Taken together, our data suggests that the mitochondrial enzyme ALDH2 plays a role in regulating clinical, cellular, and molecular responses associated with EAE. That's that mouse model of MS. This indicates that ALDH2 could serve as a molecular target for MS control with ALDH2 activators like ALDA1. This is a pharmaceutical. It's not sold anywhere, but it speeds up ALDH, and they use it in studies as potential neuroprotective candidates. Furthermore, ALDH2 carriers may be at increased risk of developing more accentuated MS symptoms. If you have a genetics loads the gun, environment pulls the trigger. Those who have the gun loaded by genetics have to work harder on not pulling the trigger, or else you get more accentuated symptoms. The sad thing here is a lot of times people, when they get sick, they get upset. Like, why do I have to do all these things to get better? It doesn't matter how you got there. You want to get better, you just have to do it. Complaining about it doesn't change. What was it? The Ryan Reynolds movie, Van Wilder, where he goes, worrying is like a rocking chair. It gives you something to do, but it doesn't get you anywhere. I always like that line. That's kind of the same thing here. Like, complaining that you're toxic and deficient and you don't want to have to do what it takes to get better, that's fine. You can do that all day. I'm not going to judge you. You just may not get better ever. Or you may get a little better, but not as much as you want. Or you just give up and then you go to pharmaceuticals, and then you're oh, that's a bad path. Okay. So what did they do next? They gave the mice some ALDA1. Detoxification of reactive aldehydes by ALDA1 treatment ameliorates, makes better experimental autoimmune encephalomyelitis in mice, the mouse MS model. Improving your detoxification of aldehydes made mouse MS better. Nobody talks about aldehydes out there except me, it seems like. More people are starting to, because I'm bringing it out. Reactive aldehydes are generated as a toxic end product of lipid peroxidation. Okay. Lipid peroxidation. This is the oxidizing of fatty acids into aldehydes. PUFAs turn into malondialdehyde. PUFAs, polyunsaturated fatty acids, like in the demonized seed oils, right? And fish oil. Don't forget fish oil. Highly unsaturated. Highly PUFA. Okay. Lipid peroxidation is when these oxidize. People talk about don't eat PUFAs because they oxidize. They don't talk about what they turn into. They turn into malondialdehyde. And the one we saw in that last study, 4-HNE, 4-hydroxynonenaldehyde. Nobody ever talks about these aldehydes. You want to know what too many aldehydes would do? It starts to overload your ALDH. It uses up the nutrients that run ALDH, and it slows down your ALDH, so then you can't process those aldehydes. And then you can't process other aldehydes, and you build up aldehydes. So why would avoiding PUFAs be a good thing? Because you're not putting in these fatty acids that can be oxidized into aldehydes, which then inhibits your ALDH. The other big thing you got to know about seed oils, what color are they? Yellow. What color is vitamin A? Yellow. They're full of vitamin A, like carotenoids, like beta carotene. What does beta carotene, when your body chops it in half, what does it turn into? 2 retinaldehydes. Oh my gosh. So now if you take in seed oils, you're not only taking in lipid peroxidation potential products, malondialdehyde and 4-HNE, but you're taking in retinaldehyde, another aldehyde that has to be detoxed, which also goes through ALDH. And then you're putting in fat. And how does your body store vitamin A in the liver? How does it store fat-soluble toxins in the liver? It binds them to free fatty acid esters, which would be like the fat that you're taking in a seed oil. So a seed oil, similar to eggs in certain ways, seed oils would be a perfect way to not only slow down your detox, but also increase your storage of fat-soluble toxins. And then you know that those seed oils, especially like canola, the GMO stuff, the soybean and the canola and all that stuff, all those are being sprayed like crazy fat-soluble toxins in the oil. And then you store it really well. PUFAs are a problem, but also beef tallow is not much better. Beef tallow showed a 40% increase in absorption of beta carotene with it. And where do cows store beta carotene and vitamin A other than their liver? They store it in their body fat. Be very careful. What we do here is we just don't add, if the less added fats and oils you add, the less all the oils and fats become a problem. Like if you did a teaspoon of oil a day and that was all the added fats you added to your diet in a day, how big of a problem do you think that's going to be? It's not going to be much of a problem. And I'm not saying you have to eat a low-fat diet. Eating beef, you're not eating a low-fat diet. If you eat beef, you are not eating a low-fat diet. You might be eating a low-added fats and oils diet. Okay, but it's not a low-fat necessarily. Okay, so they're a toxic end product of lipid peroxidation under inflammatory oxidative stress conditions, which is a well-established phenomenon. Well-established phenomenon in the pathogenesis of MS and its animal model, EAE. ALDA1, the selective agonist, so it stimulates, of mitochondrial aldehyde dehydrogenase 2 is known to detoxify the reactive aldehydes. Daily treatment of EAE mice with ALDA1 starting at the peak of disease. So the disease was worst at that point. Ameliorated or made better the clinical manifestation, the actual symptoms that they could observe of disease, along with the improvement of motor functions. They are watching them get better. Accordingly, ALDA1 treatment improved demyelination, so they're basically reversing this, improved demyelination and neuroaxonal degeneration in EAE mice. They are reversing it. EAE mice had increased levels. So they're saying that when they had the disease, EAE mice had increased levels of reactive aldehyde species, such as 4-HNE, malondialdehyde, and acrolein in the spinal cords. How'd it get there? And these levels were significantly reduced in ALDA1 treated EAE mice. Hey, what if you stopped eating so many things that turned into aldehydes? Do you think your system would get along better and be able to process other aldehydes better? Taken together, this study demonstrates the therapeutic efficacy of ALDH2 agonist. So it stimulates ALDH2, ALDA1 in the abatement or going away of EAE disease through the detoxification of reactive aldehydes, thus suggesting ALDA1 as a potential therapeutic intervention for MS. When was this paper? 2021. Have you ever heard, any of you who have MS, ever heard of ALDA1? Probably not. But they saw it reversing the disease. Do they want you to get better? No, they don't want you to get better. You getting better cuts off their revenue stream. Me telling you to stop eating stinky things, smelly things, like let's just say cumin. You know that they have an aldehyde named after cumin? Cumin aldehyde. Vanilla aldehyde. Cilantro has at least 6 different aldehydes in it. You want to know when some people can taste cilantro and it tastes really bad to them? They're actually sensitive to the aldehydes that are in it, and their body's saying, don't eat this crap. Other people are not blessed with the ability to sense those aldehydes, and they're like, I love this, while they're poisoning themselves. Okay. Investigation of the relationship. Oh, is this the one? I didn't want to go over this one. This was not supposed to be here. Let me move this one over. Hold on. Let me switch to this one, and then we'll close this one. Let me put this one in the heavy metals one. Okay, sorry, I had to rearrange that a little bit. So this is, I want you guys to see just how lost modern medicine and modern research is. Alcohol and multiple sclerosis, an immune system-based review. You'd think that they're going to say alcohol is bad for MS, right? What is alcohol good for? What disease is alcohol good for? Could anyone say that alcohol is good for any disease? I mean, would anybody go out on a limb and say that, like long term? What do they try to prove in this? What are they trying to think of and show in this paper? This is how simplistic their minds are. Like they're saying, if your immune system is too high, well, first of all, let me go over what is the immune system. I want you to think of the immune system in a very simple manner as a cleanup crew. It's a cleanup crew for, it's like going out and grabbing toxins and toxic things and taking them to the sewer system of your body, which is the lymph nodes. And then the blood's going through the liver, and the liver's cleaning the blood, and the liver's also cleaning the lymph. And your immune system, if you think of it as a cleanup crew, you'll start to understand things better. So short term, let's say you're really toxic. What would we see your immune system do if it was still able to respond? You'd see the immune system increase its activity because there's tons of garbage around. So you see more immune system activity in the short term, in the early phases of disease. What happens if you were worked to death every day? What happens over time to your productivity? Your productivity goes down. What do you think happens to the immune system when you constantly put garbage in all the time? It tires out. It's not getting the nutrients that it needs to run, and it's got too much overwhelming toxicity to clean up. So it starts to break down. So you see the immune system, quote unquote, decrease, or low white blood cells, these things. So short term, you see the immune system increase. Long term, you see the immune system decrease, because it's a cleanup crew that can get tired out. So what do they see in MS? They're saying there's too much immune system activity in MS. MS is an autoimmune condition. Autoimmunity is toxicity. What is going on in autoimmunity? They say there's too much immune activity because it's a toxicity state. Hopefully you're following this. So then they think, well, you'll see what they think, since previous studies show ethanol, alcohol, can suppress the immune system, such as innate, humoral, and cellular immunity, and increases the production of anti-inflammatory cytokines. This is how lost they are. They're like, alcohol improves inflammation. No, it doesn't. We hypothesize that maybe ethanol also have ameliorating or improving effects on MS symptoms. They're like, so MS has too much immune activity, so why don't we drink some liquor to shut down the immune system? That'll work. Oh, here we go. Although alcohol induces apoptosis, cell death in oligodendrocytes and neurons, nerve tissues, although alcohol kills nerve cells, causing demyelination, which is MS, and affects CNS directly, the nervous system, right? In this study, we will investigate ethanol's effects on some aspects of the immune system in multiple sclerosis. This is just them theorizing. So people out there on like MS forums will read this crap and they'll be like, ooh, alcohol's going to help MS. I can drink now because it's good for me. This is all a theory paper. There's nothing in here where they actually tested it. They'd probably be laughed out of wherever they presented this. Like Jiminy Christmas. Vitamin A. Okay. Remember how they just, we connected vitamin A and MS? earlier. So let's go into, gosh, of course, everybody's sending me messages today. I want you to pay attention here. So they're going to say, so isotretinoin, what is isotretinoin? It's Accutane. What is Accutane and isotretinoin? 13-cis retinoic acid. If you eat vitamin A, your body turns some of that vitamin A into 13-cis retinoic acid. And I have research showing that there's, in normal people not taking Accutane, there is 13-cis retinoic acid in their blood, and there is 13-cis retinoic acid in their pee. So if you are eating vitamin A, you are effectively taking Accutane. Okay, so we can then look at the side effects and the problems caused by isotretinoin and extend those to vitamin A toxicity, okay? Isotretinoin use, look at what they say first, is not associated with an increased risk of migraine, fibromyalgia, multiple sclerosis, or neuropathy, a matched retrospective cohort study. Well, that sounds like if that's the paper, that's the title, that sounds like they were going in with a bias. Sounds like it to me, doesn't it? Somebody says, I have a bias. Yeah, I got a bias. I'm trying to help people get better. And I don't believe they're BS. But wait, they're going in it trying to prove this. But why did they need to do this study? What are they defending themselves against? Based on case reports, actual real people, and the potential neurotoxicity, the known neurotoxicity of vitamin A and retinoids, concerns have been raised regarding whether isotretinoin may cause neurologic adverse effects, such as migraines, fibromyalgia, multiple sclerosis, and neuropathy. These concerns are also commonly discussed on social media and online forums. Who are you going to trust? Are you going to trust this guy who's obviously trying to protect their income? Why is that disappearing? They want to prove that it's not bad. This is just like all the studies where they tried to prove that Accutane doesn't cause depression or suicidal thoughts. Commonly discussed on social media and online forums. Do you think they're just talking about it because they want to? Or because maybe they're going, holy crap, I started taking Accutane and 6 months later, I've got MS. What do you think? Who are you going to believe? Well, let's just go here. This is did I put that one up there? Yeah. Let's just look at this. This is eHealth Me. And now I'm not saying this is like some super scientific thing, but an AI-powered real-world drug study. Accutane side effect, MS. Summary, multiple sclerosis. Oh yeah, zoom. Let me zoom. MS is reported as a side effect among people who take Accutane, isotretinoin, especially for people who are female, 10 to 19 years old, have been taking the drug for 1 to 6 months, and also take Sabri, whatever that is, and have headaches. What's a common side effect of vitamin A toxicity? What is the most classic side effect of vitamin A toxicity? It's called idiopathic intracranial hypertension, high blood pressure inside your skull. What symptom do you think that gives you? It gives you a headache. Oh, vitamin A. People be like, this isn't vitamin A. It absolutely is vitamin A. It's what's called active vitamin A. Retinoic acids are what modern medicine says does vitamin A's work. Retinol does nothing according to conventional medicine. You have to convert it into retinoic acid, which means it has to go retinol to retinaldehyde to retinoic acid. But let's just go down here. Time on Accutane when people have multiple sclerosis, 1 to 6 months, 75%. Wow, that's a pretty interesting and strong pattern. 10 to 19-year-olds, a full third of them. Gosh, what is happening to 10 to 19-year-old females? What are they going through? Menstruation? What does menstruation do in the female body? It stirs up all the toxicity they have. So could you imagine taking an extra toxin like Accutane during their menstrual years, when they're dumping a bunch of toxins into their system. This is why this is PMS, ladies. If you have PMS, you're dumping toxicity into your system. That's your symptoms. And that's why they go away, is because the menstrual cycle, it stops dumping as much bile and you stop leaking as much bile. Okay? So anyway, let's just keep going. So in the real world, people are saying isotretinoin and Accutane is connected with MS. Astrocyte, this is one of your white blood cells in your brain, derived retinoic acid. A novel regulator, a new regulator of blood-brain barrier function in MS. A regulator, huh? Modern medicine loves to say, here's what I'm going to tell you. You may go look up studies and they're like, ooh, retinoic acid, giving retinoic acid would be good for MS. And they write tons of theory papers on it. And then this is years later, 2014. Have you ever heard of giving retinoic acids for MS? Any studies out there showing it works? Why not? Because giving a poison to somebody in a poison state doesn't make them better. It might make them feel a little better for a little bit, but then it falls apart. And then they hide the studies from you because they're embarrassing and they show what they don't want you to see. Okay, immunohistochemical analysis revealed that retinaldehyde dehydrogenase, an aldehyde dehydrogenase enzyme for retinaldehyde, a key enzyme for retinoic acid synthesis or the detox of vitamin A, is highly expressed by reactive, that's not a good sign, astrocytes throughout white matter lesions compared to control and normal appearing white matter. So the diseased white matter and the white matter lesions, right, has more ALDH2. Why would your body put more of a detox enzyme somewhere? What does that mean there's more of there? There's more of the toxin. You've upregulated the detox enzyme. In vitro modeling, so this is in cell studies, in vitro modeling of reactive astrocytes, those are bad ones, resulted in increased expression of RALDH2, enhanced retinoic acid synthesis. Did you just remember? Isotretinoin causing MS. Enhanced retinoic acid synthesis in the brain. The astrocytes are up in your brain. And a protective role for astrocyte, then they say a protective role for astrocyte-derived retinoic acid on blood-brain barrier function during inflammation-induced barrier loss. Let me explain something to you about what retinoic acid does. All trans retinoic acid, if you didn't know, folks, is also called a yellow peel in aesthetics or cosmetic medicine. A yellow peel is all trans retinoic acid. They put it on people's faces to dissolve the upper layers of skin. In one paper, the dermatologist referred to it as creating a controlled wound on someone's skin using retinoic acid. Now, retinoic acid is in the bile. If retinoic acid can dissolve your face skin away, what do you think it does to your gut and your gut lining and your gut barrier function? It eats holes in it. Do you actually think that they're saying they're seeing more retinoic acid synthesis in the brain, and then they're saying it's somehow helping the blood-brain barrier? Do you think that's true? No, it's not. It's eating holes in your brain. Lesions. There we go. Let's keep going. Molecular mechanisms of the action of vitamin A in these TH helper cells, Th17, Treg, axis, and multiple sclerosis, okay? Evidence suggests that vitamin A and its active metabolites, okay, active metabolites, this is what they tell you is what vitamin A does. Like this is the active thing. I want you to understand here, all trans retinoic acid is retin A. It is retin A. It is a chemical yellow peel. And 9-cis-retinoic acid, do you know what they use 9-cis-retinoic acid for? They're saying these are what does work in your body. 9-cis-retinoic acid is chemotherapy. Let me just make sure. I'll show you guys this. Where is it? I'll show you. I'll show the tab in just a second. Let's go. So let me just show this tab. There we go. 9-cis-retinoic acid is alitretinoin. It is a chemotherapy drug. Look what website we're on. ChemoCare. Active vitamin A. Let's go back to this. Active vitamin A is chemotherapy. They modulate or control the imbalance of Th17 and Treg cells. Oh, so they control the imbalance of your white blood cells, which are the cleanup crew, through multiple molecular pathways and can be considered a promising target in the prevention and treatment of MS. We just saw that the astrocytes were making more retinoic acid. Don't trust these things when they say it's good for it. It's not. Okay. Did I do that last link, Joe? I think I did. 2.6. Hold on. Let me just look here. 2.6. Did I do this one? I don't know. I'll do this one again. I'm just putting this one up again. Okay. So let's go back to treatment of, remember how to say, oh, retinoic acid's got a promising, it's promising treatment of progressive multiple sclerosis with high dose all trans retinoic acid. Do you know what happened when they gave US veterans Retin-A cream, all trans retinoic acid to rub on their faces to try to prevent skin cancer? They had to shut down the study because too many of these US veterans were dying early, even though they'd already selected out the US veterans who were most likely to die early. They had to shut it down because they were killing them. No clear evidence of positive disease modifying effects. It didn't do anything good. Conclusion: standalone therapy with ATRA this is what's typically called retinoic acid in the research. So if they just say retinoic acid, they typically mean all trans retinoic acid. Tretinoin, aka Retin-A, did not ameliorate or improve progressive MS in our limited cohort, and we did not observe consistent alterations of T and B cell subsets. Interestingly, application of ATRA may have caused marked disease exacerbation in one patient. It made things worse. It did not help. It made things worse. Joe, I think I got this link. Didn't I do that one? 2519. No, I didn't. Okay, you're right. Joe helps keep me on track. So it made things worse. This is why you don't see any studies when people be like, oh, retinoic acid is going to help this. This is why you never see the big studies. They do a little study and they're like, oh crap. It didn't do what we thought it was going to do. Uh-oh. Yep. Next one. Vitamin A is poison. It's not a vitamin, folks. If you haven't figured that out yet, you're going to want to figure that out. So I want to show you the nonsense of all this. The molecular mechanisms of vitamin A deficiency in multiple sclerosis. Vitamin A deficiency doesn't exist. Evidence has indicated lower plasma levels of retinol, serum retinol, in patients with multiple sclerosis. So retinol turns into retinaldehyde, and then it turns into retinoic acid. Do you remember what we just went over where there were elevated levels of retinoic acid in the astrocytes in the brain and the lesions? So if you were to convert retinol into retinaldehyde, and then it got up into the brain where there's an excess of retinaldehyde dehydrogenase, which turns it into retinoic acid, which destroys your brain, do you see how you could be sucking it out of the blood and putting it somewhere else and destroying something else? Now, for those of you who don't understand What causes quote unquote vitamin A deficiency in the blood to show up in the research? It is a zinc deficiency and a protein deficiency. Take a wild guess if I'm going to be able to show zinc deficiency in MS. Oh, wait, they say MS people have low vitamin D too. Okay, what do you need to make vitamin D properly, if we believe it's a vitamin? You need zinc, you need magnesium, and you need protein. Gosh, do you think, I already said zinc, do you think I'm able to prove a zinc deficiency in MS? Yeah. Do you think I'm going to be able to show a magnesium deficiency in MS? Yeah. Gosh, it's weird that all these patterns come about through deficiencies. Okay, so we got that. So let's go to the next one. Alcohol. It's crazy. Oh, copper, our least friend of the metals. The one that people think they need. Let's head into it. What do you think we're going to find in the tissues in MS with copper? Wow, that's a heck of a word. Copper concentration in multiple sclerosis. So you could think this could mean how much is there, or it could mean that it's concentrating or accumulating in MS. A systematic review and meta-analysis. Observational studies that assessed copper as exposure in serum, plasma, whole blood, and CSF, cerebrospinal fluid around the brain and the spinal cord were included. What do you think they found? We found a higher concentration of copper in MS patients than healthy controls. Okay, let's keep going. Copper is a toxic metal, and you do not want it around. Okay, copper and ceruloplasmin dyshomeostasis in serum and cerebrospinal fluid of MS subjects. Let me give you a quick education. Whenever you see in a paper, when they say homeostasis, they're covering up toxicity. They just won't say toxicity. They say homeostasis, or they say signaling. Or they use a word like dyshomeostasis. If you're alive, folks, you're in a state of homeostasis. You don't get to be, if you're out of homeostasis, you're dead. That means your body could not maintain enough homeostasis to stay alive. Ceruloplasmin, for those of you who are still stuck in protocol ideas, ceruloplasmin is not a friendly protein that delivers copper to where your body needs it. Ceruloplasmin is a protein made by your liver to bind to copper to protect you from copper. Ceruloplasmin is a binding protein, very much like retinol binding protein and cellular retinoic acid binding protein that your liver makes to bind to these toxic things to protect you from them. Copper is toxic. Your body makes ceruloplasmin to protect you against free copper, because free copper is even worse than the copper bound to ceruloplasmin. But what's going on in MS people? Present study compared the serum and CSF levels of copper in MS patients in respect to a control group. By analyzing these data, free copper levels, the worst, were calculated, significantly increased in the serum of MS subjects. The increase in free copper could be one of the predisposing or causal factors responsible for the copper-altered levels in CSF of MS patients, which were higher, right? So, yeah. Let's keep going. Copper causes neurological disease. Copper accumulation causes neurological disease. Dysregulated copper transport in multiple sclerosis may cause demyelination via astrocytes. Wait, these made a bunch of retinoic acid too. That's weird. That's weird that copper toxicity and vitamin A toxicity come together so many ways. Collectively, these data demonstrate a pathogenic disease-causing demyelination mechanism via the astrocyte release of copper. Wait, didn't they just release retinoic acid too? And open up the possibility of restoring copper homeostasis, fixing copper toxicity is what they're really saying, in the white matter as a therapeutic target in MS. Let's keep going. Manganese, copper, and zinc in cerebrospinal fluid from patients with MS. Copper levels were significantly elevated in the cerebrospinal fluid of MS patients compared with the levels in the control group. Okay. Are you seeing a pattern here yet? So if you see copper toxicity, all of you out there should know that we're going to find a zinc deficiency. Guaranteed. Redox metals, homeostasis in multiple sclerosis, and amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. A review. I'm not going to go over the ALS stuff today. The effect of redox metals such as iron and copper, we find a ton of iron overload. We find a ton of copper toxicity. Some people out there are saying that these are antagonistic. They're not. On MS and ALS have been intensively studied. Wow, there's a lot of research on it. What do you think it's going to say? Iron and copper overload. Iron overload and copper overload has been well established in motor neurons of these diseases lesions. So does the blood really matter that much when they're finding high amounts of it in the tissues that are the disease part of the body? Iron and MS. The relationship between abnormal iron content and an abundance of oxidative damage is reported in MS. Hemetner et al. Observed the elevation of iron accumulation, storage, with age, increase in the white matter. So as you get old, as you get older, if you're not avoiding toxins, you accumulate more toxicity. This should make sense, right? If you were saving more money all the time, over time, you would have more money. Well, if you're saving more toxicity over time, as you get older, you have more toxicity. Iron-rich oligodendrocytes, myelin, and microglia were also destroyed in the active MS lesion, increasing the liberated free iron, the worst kind. So these cells are so damaged, they're blowing apart, apoptosis, increasing the liberated free iron, thereby intensifying oxidative damage and neurodegeneration. EAE is one of the most commonly used models of MS. Iron accumulation, which presumably comes from the myelin, oligodendrocytes, and the breakdown of the blood-brain barrier, was found during active and recovery phases of the experimental MS in the animals. MRI phase have been widely used to illustrate the iron accumulation in MS lesions. More on them seeing the iron. Iron deposits or iron deposition can be represented by T2 low intensity, hypointensity, or black T2 in MRI. Gray matter T2 hypointensity, low intensity in MS patients is related to physical disability, brain atrophy, and disease course. Okay. Iron deposits can be represented by T2 hypointensity. Okay. T2 gray matter T2 hypointensity in MS patients, the more of it is related to physical disability, brain atrophy, shrinking of the brain, and disease course. That's not good. And then there's black T2, which is associated with iron deposits as well. Bakshi et al. Reported black T2 in subcortical nuclei in wheelchair-bound and SPMS patients. I don't know what SP is there, but that MS, right? Prominently correlated to longer disease course and ambulatory disorders, as an inability to walk, move around. Additionally, the role of iron is emphasized in cognitive disorders of MS patients, so their brain's not working as well as it should. A study by Brass et al. Revealed the relationship between T2 hypointensity, cognitive impairments, and the effect of iron content in basal ganglia in neuropsychological disorders. So generally, iron overload in neuropsychological disorders. You know what? I didn't even really look up iron that much for this. I totally forgot to look up ferritin and other stuff for this presentation. I think we got enough here. Indeed, high iron deposition in deep gray matter is shown in MS cases. Indeed. Oh, let's go into copper homeostasis. Remember, class, what does it mean when they say homeostasis? It means toxicity. Oh, they mentioned here the bile pathway. The biliary pathway is responsible for 80% of copper excretion through the liver. Sounds like the liver wants to get rid of it through the bile. So if you were leaking toxic bile into your bloodstream, you'd be leaking copper into your bloodstream. And then you'd have extra copper hitting your cerebrospinal fluid and your spine and your brain and the blood-brain barrier, and it'd be getting into your brain, possibly accumulating there, causing lesions. Only unbound copper ions can pass through the blood-brain barrier. Free copper passes into the brain. Astrocytes are the primary cells that regulate extracellular ions in the brain. Moreover, astrocytes are considered as major contributors to copper toxicity and a high storage region of copper. The astrocytes may be holding on to copper to try to protect you from it. I think I said what astrocytes were incorrectly earlier. I said they were a white blood cell. Sorry, that's one of those live things that I messed up. Somebody may try to pick that apart. I don't care. I can fix the problems. Cell biology of copper and its role in MS and ALS. So this is ALS they're mentioning here. The measurements showed abnormal copper level in ALS patients. The high concentration of copper generates oxidative stress through two mechanisms, that is catalyzing the production of hydroxyl radicals in a fenton-like reaction as redox active form and reducing glutathione. Hey, wait, would it be better to take glutathione or to not be copper toxic? It's better to not be copper toxic. Glutathione is one of the least effective supplements I've ever seen in practice. Some people feel terrible on it. Copper and MS. The role of copper in MS pathology is proposed to be via excessive copper and subsequent oxidative damage. Listen to this one. Will said, free copper, he did nothing wrong. No, copper's a bad guy. He's got to stay. Cuprizone drug administration, a copper chelator in animals, is a method to model toxic demyelination, remyelination of the CNS. This model supports the idea that copper homeostasis or copper toxicity can mediate reactive oxygen species. Furthermore, cuprizone, this copper chelator, so it grabs onto copper, yes, that's all that means. It doesn't mean it takes it out of you. It means it grabs onto copper. Cuprizone carries copper into the central nervous system and induces prominent demyelination lesions through oxidative stress and oligodendrocytes toxicity. So wait, they give a copper chelator, but somehow it drives copper deeper into the brain and the spinal cord and induces basically MS. I mean, how much more obvious do we need these connections to be, folks? Okay, let's go into the next one. Heavy metals. So just so you know, folks, it's not all about heavy metals. Do heavy metals play a role in all of this? Yes, of course they do. Of course they do. But if you're sitting there, what do you think is worse? Somebody who's, let's say, they're trying to avoid heavy metals. They're doing a good job on that. But then they're trying to eat more vitamin A and they're trying to eat more copper. And then they wonder why they got MS. Because they thought they were being healthy. Do you see? It's the poison that you think is good for you that is the most damaging. Does that make sense? The one that you're eating more of, purposely poisoning yourself because you saw some dumbass on Instagram say that copper cups are good for you. I'm sorry, they're wrong, and they're poisoning you. Or some idiot on Twitter saying methylene blue is good for your mitochondria. No, it's not. It's poison. It's straight poison. So let's get into toxic heavy metals. We'll run through this pretty quick because obviously we know toxic metals are bad for you. Toxic heavy metal concentrations in MS patients, a systematic review and meta-analysis. Pooled results using random effects model showed that levels of lead and arsenic, I don't want to miss arsenic, lead, arsenic, and cadmium were significantly higher in MS patients than those of the controls. Well, what would MS patients already, if they're already toxic, first thing you have to understand is as you get more toxic, you get slower at detox. So as you get more toxic, it takes less toxicity to make you more toxic, right? Your body can't keep up with the work as well. So then you accumulate more. This is the part that people don't understand. As you get more toxic, your detox slows down. This meta-analysis showed that patients with MS had significantly higher levels of circulatory arsenic and cadmium compared to the controls. I think that's all we have in this one. So more toxic metals, yes. So for those of you seeing MS here or seeing arsenic, you better clean your rice right. That's why we have a whole video in the Love Your Liver program about how to, I swear, putting your rice under the sink and just rinsing it, I don't believe that does very much. It does something, but it doesn't. What I suggest is you soak your rice for at least a half hour in good water with like a tablespoon of charcoal in it, and you stir it a couple times. Charcoal is used to suck arsenic out of tainted water. The arsenic from the rice goes into the water when you soak it, and then you use the charcoal to grab it so it doesn't go back in. Okay? Did I get this link? I don't know. There's that one. Okay. There it is. Okay, so let's go into this one. Heavy metals, organic solvents, and MS. Oh, exploratory look at gene-environment interactions. Gene-environment interactions. Loads the gun, pulls the trigger. Fix the environment. MS cases were more likely than controls to report lead and mercury exposure. Gosh. That seems pretty straightforward. Do you know that there are certain amalgam fillings, mercury amalgam fillings, that are 40% copper? Nobody ever told me that copper was in amalgam fillings until I saw it somewhere on the internet. And they call them I don't know, they're high copper amalgam fillings. So not only is there copper in them, but there's mercury. They're trying to poison us to death. So what is the easiest way? Okay, you must remember, why is avoiding toxicity always the most important thing rather than trying to detox faster? Right? Why is avoiding, we want to do both. We want to do both. But why is avoiding, reducing, minimizing toxicity more important than trying to speed up your detox? If a toxin never comes into your body, can it cause you any damage? No. If a toxin never comes into your body, do you have to use nutrients to detox it? No. If a toxin never comes in your body, can it be stored? No. It is way more important to avoid toxicity coming into you because that makes everything easier. It would be I don't know, you're in school and you got too much homework and somehow you talk to a teacher and you're like, could you not give me homework for a week because I got to catch up? And they're like, yeah, no, that's no big deal. So then you don't have to deal with that homework. You can fix things. You can catch up on other stuff. So not putting toxins in your body doesn't make you more toxic, which means it doesn't slow down your detox, which means over time you speed up your detox because you're less toxic and you're catching up on the toxicity. But what happens when people think things like copper and vitamin A are good for them and they take more and more of them, they try to eat more of them, they try to supplement more of them? They slow their detox and they wonder why they get toxic and sick. But I always took supplements. I love when people say that to me. They're like, but I've always been taking supplements. I'm like, oh God. Oh, I'm sorry. You were taking the wrong things. A case of MS improvement following removal of heavy metal intoxication. Lessons learned from Mateo's case. Okay. Let me just say this about neurological conditions. Can they be reversed? There are no guarantees. There are absolutely no guarantees. The sooner you catch the problem and do the right things, the more likely you have a chance of reversing most, if not all of it. The longer the problem has been there, realize that a person who has like a neurological degenerative condition, their detox is very slow at this point. Their detox sucks, to be blunt. So how are they going to catch up? They're not going to catch up very quickly. And fixing the damage to the brain, it probably takes a really low toxicity level. So if they've had it for a long time, I want you to remember, what are the things that make it so it's going to take longer for someone to recover. In general, these are just general guidelines. So if you're coming in here and you're like, oh my gosh, I checked all 5 of Dr. Smith's boxes as it's going to take me a long time, well, you better settle in. So what makes things take longer? If you're a woman, it's going to take longer than a man. If the older you are, it's going to take you longer than if you're younger. The more severe your condition is, it's going to take longer. The longer you've had the condition, it's going to take longer to get rid of it. And the more conditions you have, like when we talked earlier about multiple autoimmune conditions, the more conditions you have, the longer it's going to take. Does that mean we can't get you better? Not at all. It means you better be patient and work the program and not give up on it a month in because your problem's not completely gone. You are signing up for a marathon, not a sprint. We are fixing the root cause of your problems. The root cause is years, if not decades, deep in your system. So you want to get rid of it in a week or a month? No, it's not going to happen. Don't do my work. Don't waste time and say, this didn't work for me because I wasn't all better in a month. That's not this. You're in the wrong place. We are fixing the root cause. We are not band-aiding it with herbs or medications or weekend juice cleanses, another BS. So this guy, he'd been affected by MS, unsuccessfully treated for some years with current therapies. We examined his levels of toxic heavy metals in his urine following an intravenous challenge with the chelating agent calcium disodium ethylene diamine tetraacetic acid, EDTA. So calcium EDTA, for those of you who are familiar with it. And they gave it to him IV. The patient displayed elevated levels of aluminium, lead, and mercury in the urine. Indeed, he was subjected to treatment with EDTA twice a month. So an IV therapy of EDTA twice a month. Under treatment, the patient revealed in time improved symptoms suggestive of MS remission. The clinical data correlated with the reduction of heavy metal levels in the urine to normal range values. Our case report suggests that levels of toxic metals can be tested in patients affected by neurodegenerative diseases such as MS. So this guy got, I'm going to tell you, this guy got lucky. Maybe the main cause of his MS was heavy metal toxicity. That was this guy's main cause. And these guys nailed it. Like they hit the bullseye. Now, I can tell you that in MS, everybody's going to have toxic metals, but you can do, some of you may know this, you do chelation on everybody and not everybody improves. Some people stay exactly the same. Some people even get worse because why? Chelating agents, such as calcium EDTA, also suck out good minerals like zinc. I had my mom do 10 IV of these treatments, calcium EDTA. She did 10 IVs with another naturopathic doctor in town who did IVs. Because she tested high on the urine test, and I was like, I don't do IVs, so I'm going to have her do it with this. She got out of it. She didn't feel any better. And when I finally tested her blood zinc again, she had the lowest blood zinc I've ever seen in my life. She was at a 22. Disgustingly low. Chelation sucks out good minerals too. So some people will get worse because you're making their nutrient deficiency that much worse. Some people, it's the bullseye. Some people, like let's say this guy's taking vitamin A and the vitamin A keeps him, let's say he doesn't get better on this. Getting rid of the toxic metals doesn't get him better because he takes high dose vitamin A all the time. You see, this is why, for those of you watching this and you're going, why doesn't Dr. Smith say it's one thing causes MS? Because it was never one thing. They just give a syndrome, a group of symptoms that look similar to each other. That's how they name a disease. It's a group of symptoms that present similarly to each other, and they could look in your brain and say, oh, you have these lesions that looks like MS. What causes it, doc? Oh, we don't know. Well, I'm sitting here going through all of these things that it could be connected to. Don't ever forget aluminum. Aluminum is neurotoxic. You're drinking out of aluminum cans. You're drinking out of Tetra Paks. They all have aluminum in the liner. You're using aluminum foil on your grill or to cook food in. You are soaking up aluminum like crazy. Don't. It's neurodegenerative. Aluminum will always be high in neurodegenerative conditions. Stop eating aluminum. Okay. A preliminary study of the concentration of metallic elements in the blood of patients with MS as measured by ICP-MS. In MS patients, we observed a reduction in the concentrations of beryllium, copper, chromium, cobalt, nickel, magnesium, and iron. The mean concentration of lead in the blood was significantly elevated in the MS group. Does that mean these people have, they observed a reduction compared to controls, I'm guessing, of these? Well, if it's not in the blood, where might it be? Do you think it's getting stored? Wait, Joe needed 224. There it is. Let me get that for you, Joe. So we're back on here. Okay, so this is the thing. If it's not in the blood, where is it? We know that there's higher copper in the brain and the CSF of MS people. So just because you see this low in the blood, like some people on these stupid forums trying to do good, they'll be like, oh, these are all low. We should supplement these. No, because then you see that iron's high in the brain tissues. And then you see that copper's high in the brain tissues. Cobalt is a toxic metal. Nickel is a toxic metal. Chromium is a toxic metal. Beryllium is a toxic metal. Magnesium you need, and it's low in MS. Okay? So you got to know whether these things are good or not first, and then you got to know that just because it's not in the blood doesn't mean it's not in the tissues. Okay, potentially toxic elements in the brains of people with MS. Laser ablation inductively coupled plasma mass spectrometry. Wow, say that 5 times fast. Imaging of pons paraffin sections from all MS patients and 12 controls showed that combinations of iron, silver, lead, aluminium, I like to say it that way, mercury, nickel, and bismuth were present more often in the locus ceruleus of MS patients and were located predominantly in white matter tracts. So you're seeing this pattern of more. So remember how the blood test showed that they were lower? Nickel and what was it? What was the other? Aluminium were lower in the blood of that last paper, but it's higher in the tissues. Oh, you always want to know what the tissues show, not just what the blood shows. Okay, I'm not worried about the silver. Based on these results, we propose that metal toxicants in locus ceruleus neurons weaken the blood-brain barrier, enabling multiple interacting toxicants to pass through blood vessels and enter astrocytes. Remember, these were dumping retinoic acid and copper around, and oligodendroglia, leading to demyelination. Let me see. Nope, that's it on that one. Investigation of the relationship between heavy metals, cadmium, arsenic, and lead, and metallothionein in MS. Metallothioneins, what are these? Play important roles in metal homeostasis, preventing toxicity, and detoxification of heavy metals, right? So see, they say they're important in detoxification of heavy metals, and they say it plays an important role in metal homeostasis. See how this is just this is just another word. It's a hidden word for toxicity. So let's go find. Oh, and you need zinc to make metallothionein. Metallothionein levels were slightly higher in the MS group because they're more toxic. Oh, Malondialdehyde levels were significantly higher in MS patients. This is from PUFAs. And MDA, malondialdehyde, inhibits ALDH by itself. More aldehyde stuff. More toxic metals. It's not just one thing, folks. It never, ever was. Okay. Now we head into the nutrients. We're going to do magnesium first. For those of you who don't know, I make the best magnesium lotion on the market. Most potent, nicest lotion, all that stuff. If you haven't seen my topical magnesium video where I go over how to use a bunch of different topical magnesiums, you should see that one. Hopefully Joe will post it. Oh, and for those of you who might be referring people to my YouTube page, some people look at the YouTube page and there's like, where's the live streams? They're under the live tab. Okay. They are under the live tab. Maybe I should put them under, maybe I should download them and re-upload them. Sarah, if you're listening, maybe we should download all the videos and re-upload them under like the normal videos section as well. So we have them twice on the YouTube page. So then people can find them under either of the tabs. Because I don't want people missing them. But you got to go into the live tab to find the live streams. Okay. So let's look at, Joe just posted the magnesium one. Magnesium concentration in brains from MS patients. Oh, 34 years ago. Gosh, why aren't they doing anything about it? The average magnesium content in the CNS tissues, as well as visceral organs, such as, except for spleen, of MS patients showed a significantly lower value than that seen in control cases. The most marked reduction of magnesium content was observed in CNS white matter, including demyelinated plaques of MS samples. It was never just one thing. What in the world? Okay, that's nice. Sorry, it just opened up a new tab on my screen all of a sudden while I was talking. So, you need magnesium to protect you against things. You need nutrients to protect you and to help you detox. And you need to reduce the toxicity in your system and avoid putting toxins in. This is how we fix it. It's never just one thing. Okay. Concentration of magnesium in the serum. Sorry, this one copy. There we go. And the ability status of patients with relapsing-remitting MS. In patients with MS. Oh, I'll zoom in. Yeah, thanks, Joe. Oops, wrong zoom. Do one more. Okay. Pretty simple. In patients with MS, the percentage of respondents with normal magnesium content was significantly lower than in the control group. Okay. Magnesium helps everything. It's amazing that, I mean, magnesium is so helpful that there are people out there who have built an entire reputation on just magnesium because magnesium helps so many things. Topical magnesium you absorb through your skin, whatever approach it is, magnesium oil, magcahol, magnesium lotion, magnesium baths, magnesium foot soaks, magnesium deodorants, magnesium soap, which we're working on. We've got a couple of soaps in process that we're trying to make, a couple really cool soaps. There will be we make unique stuff. You guys know that already. Yeah, we're working on, Kelsey's going to be formulating a niacin soap and a charcoal soap and a magnesium soap. It'll be fun. Effects of, so anyway, watch that video about topical magnesium. I consider topical magnesium to be 10 times as effective as pills. Pills do not work for like 90% of people to raise their magnesium levels, and I could show it to you over and over and over on hair tests over and over again. I could show you over and over that pills don't work. They work in like, it's probably more like 5% of people, like 1 in 20 people, pills work. Topical works in everybody. If you don't feel good on topical, you probably have a potassium deficiency. The effect of magnesium oral therapy. So this is one of the things we do, right? So if we show that there's a deficiency pattern in people, And then we show, so then people say, well, that doesn't prove that magnesium is going to help it. And then we show that taking a supplement helps the condition. This is about the best we can do with the research that's out there. We have to deal with what's out there. Do you want to wait 30 years for the research to come out and like spoon feed it to you? Or can we do it now where we show there's a deficiency in a deficiency pattern, and then we show that taking it helps the symptoms? How much more do people need? Here we go. The effects of magnesium glycerophosphate oral therapy on spasticity was studied in a 35-year-old woman with severe spastic paraplegia resulting from MS. We found a significant improvement in the spasticity after only 1 week from the onset of the treatment on the modified Ashworth scale, an improvement in the range of motion and in the measures of angles at resting lower position in the lower limbs. No side effects were reported, and there was no weakness in the arms during the treatment. Don't you think that this means that even if they're going to use crappy oral magnesium, that they should be doing this in every MS patient? Are you an MS patient and you've never heard of using magnesium? You need magnesium to relax your muscles. You need it. Oh, they saw a result, a huge result in the reduction of spasticity, spasms. What is spasms? Excessive tightness. Oh, you need magnesium to fight against tightness. Okay. Okay, let's keep going. Experimental and clinical studies on dysregulation of magnesium metabolism and the etiopathogenesis, or the disease creation, of MS. Magnesium and zinc. Wow, we never talk about those, do we? Have been shown to be decreased in CNS tissues of MS patients, especially tissues such as white matter, where pathological changes have been observed. If you find copper toxicity in an area, there is a zinc deficiency. The action of zinc helps to prevent virus infection. Viruses are toxicity. That's it. Virus theory is garbage. And zinc deficiency in CNS tissues of MS patients may also be relevant to its etiology. Copper toxicity, vitamin A toxicity, zinc helps fight against those. Magnesium interacts with other minerals and or metals such as calcium, zinc, and aluminium in biological systems, affecting the immune system and influencing the content of these elements in CNS tissues. Because of these interactions, a magnesium deficit could also be a risk factor in the etiology, disease creation of MS. Pretty straightforward. Okay, so I didn't have anything there. Oh, and this one we moved. Hold on, let me move this one over to my selenium one. There it is. It's already there. Okay, so now we're on to zinc. Okay. Joe, did I get that last link? Yes, okay. Relationship between zinc-related nutritional status and the progression of multiple sclerosis. I want you to pay attention here when they say this is non-significant, or when they say some of these things are non-significant, you're just watching for the patterns. Mean plasma zinc was 94.6 micrograms per deciliter for MS patients and 81.5 for control group, with statistical difference. Now, this is one of those things where people will get confused. You remember how I showed all that copper toxicity? Your body will put zinc into the circulation and into the tissues to protect you against the copper toxicity and the vitamin A toxicity. You need zinc to make retinol binding protein. You need zinc to make retinol or cellular retinoic acid binding protein. You need zinc to help you protect yourself against copper. So if you have an excess of copper in an area, your body will put more zinc there, and it will release more zinc, which over time causes you to have a zinc deficiency. Okay? So they're saying here, the mean erythrocyte zinc was 83.6 for the case group, the MS, and 72.6 for the control group. Okay? So they're showing more zinc in the blood, not in the tissues. And they're showing more zinc in the red blood cells than the control. Okay. Erythrocyte SOD activity, this is what prevents excessive oxidation. This is an antioxidant, was above reference values, significantly different for MS patients. Well, do you remember those other papers where they said free iron was running around oxidizing things, and free copper was running around oxidizing things? And so the red blood cell superoxide dismutase, one of your body's antioxidants, is higher. What do you think it's trying to fight against? Now, if it's able to fight against that, would we see less symptoms? There was a significant direct correlation between erythrocyte zinc and superoxide dismutase. So there is more superoxide dismutase and more zinc, but what did that do? SOD showed an inverse correlation with MS outbreaks. What does an inverse correlation mean? It means the more SOD, the less MS outbreaks. So SOD goes along with erythrocyte zinc. So the more zinc they could put in their red blood cells, the more they saw SOD, and the lower outbreaks there were, less outbreaks. We're going to see tons more on zinc deficiency. Don't get me wrong. Erythrocyte, this is red blood cell zinc, showed a positive correlation with SOD, which correlated inversely to outbreaks, which is what I just said. This is really, really important. This is out in the blood. This is not in the tissues. This is your body making an antioxidant, not eating a bunch of plants. I want my polyphenols. No, it's not eating plant antioxidants. That doesn't help. We want our body to make glutathione. Did you remember seeing earlier how copper reduced glutathione? Oh, wait, zinc here went more zinc, more superoxide dismutase. You made your body's own antioxidant. Do you think that your body can control its antioxidant production better than you shoving plants in your cake hole? So, Shannon. So Ben Schwartz said Garrett Smith is the man. Thank you very much, Ben. I appreciate that. And then Shannon said, I've been binge watching LYL live streams and still have a year's worth to go. So much info. Thank you, Dr. Smith. You are all welcome. Yeah, I knew this show was going to be a big, long one. We're already at 3 hours. So, but yeah, so if you have the zinc to use, you have less outbreaks. Okay? That's what they're saying here. Let's keep going. Zinc and copper in MS. What do you think we're going to find? 1982. Gosh. The serum concentrations of zinc and copper were measured in 50 patients with MS. Lower serum zinc levels were found compared to age and sex-matched controls. This is where, look at this. In younger patients, low serum copper concentrations were noted in the blood. Zinc concentrations in the CSF were unchanged. Oh, lower in the blood, but fairly normal in the CSF. At least normal, but they probably need more. Well, let's just keep going then. Put this one over here. Comparison of serum levels of copper and zinc among MS patients and a control group. So they're going to say that this is not significantly different. The average serum level of copper in cases and controls were 93.7 and 88.9. That's a 5-point difference, right? Cases and controls. So cases had more copper in their blood. Controls had less. The corresponding numbers for zinc were the cases had less zinc and the controls had more zinc. And then they throw in there was no significant difference between the two groups. Well, I'm just going to say that when we look for patterns, we can start to feel the pattern. And if we see the pattern repeat here and they say, well, there's not a significant difference, we've already established that there's a pattern. Okay? We're just adding a little bit more to the pattern. Joe, I think I got that link. 24242. Yeah, I got that link. Okay. So, dietary habits, concentration of copper, zinc, and copper-to-zinc ratio, which is very, very important. Like I was teaching people in the seminar that I gave on my blood and hair testing a couple weeks ago at the very start of November. Your calcium to magnesium ratio is very critical. More important than your calcium level or your magnesium level by themselves, the ratio is the most important. And your copper to zinc ratios in your blood tests and your hair test are more important than the actual copper level and the zinc level. The ratios on those two are extremely important. So what do we find in MS? In serum and ability status of patients. So this is how well they can do things with relapsing-remitting MS. The concentration of zinc was significantly lower in the serum of individuals with MS than in the control group. The ratio of copper to zinc was higher in the examined patients, the sick people, than in the healthy volunteers. Lower ability status, I believe they're talking about in the patients, was revealed in patients with an abnormal ratio of copper to zinc, particularly in cerebellar function, brain function and balance and stuff like that, pyramidal tracts and emotional conditions. Wow, so more copper to less zinc caused problems in the brain. Lower serum concentrations of zinc and a higher ratio of copper to zinc in patients with MS can suggest a relationship between MS and oxidative stress. Products that are a source of zinc should be included in the diet, which can improve the clinical condition of people with MS. Oh wait, here let's just look at the title here. Let me open this one up. I mean, we don't really need much more than the title of this one. High copper and low zinc serum levels in Iranian patients with multiple sclerosis, a case control study. I'll just add that one to the list. Let's do this one. Or is this the same one? I think this is the one we already went over. No, I think this is a different one. Okay, so zinc and MS, a systematic review and meta-analysis. The result of the meta-analysis showed a reduction in serum or plasma zinc levels. We should probably just say serum and plasma zinc levels in patients with MS with a 95% confidence interval and a p-value. Yeah, so okay. One of 6 studies measuring cerebrospinal fluid zinc levels found a significant increase in patients with MS with controls. There was more copper in the CSF, remember? And I told you zinc moves to where the copper toxicity problem is. So it moved out of the blood into the CSF to protect you. The studies measuring whole blood and erythrocyte zinc levels found up to several times higher levels of zinc in patients with MS compared with healthy controls, with decreasing levels during attacks in relapsing-remitting MS patients. So when there was an attack, the zinc went lower. Was the attack because of a lack of zinc? Well, this is also in the blood. Where'd the zinc go? So they're talking about whole blood and red blood cell. It went lower during the attack. Where do you think the zinc went? Into the CSF, into the spine and the brain to protect you during the attack, which might be related to copper. So, again, well, I'm going to go over this right now. People are like, oh, do you like whole blood zinc or red blood cell zinc? No, I don't. Look at this. They just said in MS patients, they had higher levels of zinc. What's that going to tell us about their zinc status? Their tissues are low. It's higher in the blood. This is not going to help us. I have never found whole blood or red blood cell tests to be good or to be extra useful like people sell them as. Pay attention to this word here. The possible role of gradual accumulation. Say that again. Gradual accumulation, storage of copper, cadmium, lead, and iron. Wow, copper's put in with some pretty nasty company there, isn't it? And gradual depletion of zinc, magnesium, selenium, and these other vitamins that you don't need, and essential fatty acids in multiple sclerosis. You make your essential fatty acids by not being toxic, okay? But wow, that's funny that these would be low in MS. 2 of those are in keystone minerals, and one of them is in the magnesium lotion. That's weird. MS has a much higher incidence among Caucasians than any other race. So you white folks like me, yeah. Furthermore, females are much more susceptible than males. And white females living in colder, wetter areas are much more susceptible than those living in warmer areas. Okay. Females get more toxic than guys. Ladies, it sucks. It is the way it is. It is the way it is. Females detox slower than men. You guys make less bile. You have to detox estrogen, which is really a strain on your liver to detox. It is what it is. White females living in colder and wetter areas, what would that have less of? Sunlight. Sunlight does what? Detoxes stuff by oxidizing things in your skin. Oh, heat does. Heat oxidizes things too. So colder, darker areas are going to not help your detox very much. On the other hand, menstruating women have increased copper absorption and half-life, so they tend to accumulate more copper than males. I did not know this until now, until I looked at this morning. Menstruating women, you remember how I told you menstrual cycle is like a big detox dump? Or just a toxicity smorgasbord. They increase copper absorption. That's pretty crazy. And the copper, I don't know how copper has a half-life because it's not like your body's going to break down copper. It just means getting rid of it. So they tend to accumulate more copper than males. I will tell you that women have higher copper levels than men in general. And women can handle higher copper levels than men in general. It's not necessarily a good thing. We had a really cool, actually, I'm going to tell you guys this. I'm going to be going over Kelsey's hair test and blood test this week in the study group for the seminar folks who took it. We're going to, as part of the seminar package, I give people once a month, 12 months of a study group where we're going to go over tests so you can see these things over and over and over to teach people, because I am a teacher and I want people to know this, and it takes time to understand this. But anyway, Kelsey has been working on her stuff for a year now, and she did her first consult with me about a year ago, and we got her serum copper down from 140, which is very high, down to 116, and we got her hair copper down from a 2.3 to a 1.4. I want her below a 1 eventually, and I want her copper below a 90, but we got her more than halfway there on both of those, and she is improving. She has collagen changes like she used to test positive on some of the Ehlers-Danlos joint tests, and now she doesn't test positive on them. She doesn't have that as a sign anymore, and she's got her POTS is gone, and it's pretty cool now that she is one of my practitioners and helping people, and it's cool to see it on the hair test and the blood test. We fix copper toxicity despite what some other people try to claim on the internet. Moreover, rapidly growing girls have an increased demand for zinc. Oh, wait. More copper needs more zinc. Shocker. But their rapidly decreasing production of melatonin results in impaired zinc absorption. I don't know how that works. Just like I said, I'd never heard of this menstruating women have increased copper absorption. I'd never heard of that. I don't know about melatonin causing impaired zinc absorption, which is, they got this right, exacerbated by the high copper levels. This explains MS in males who tend to accumulate iron much faster and copper much less rapidly than females. So remember, we saw all that research where there was high copper in MS and high iron in MS. Men accumulate more iron. Men have higher ferritin levels in general, and I have a whole episode on ferritin. This is why MS was never one thing. Men are going to have more of an iron problem. Women are going to have more of a copper problem. Can it cause the same thing to show up on the brain scans and in the blood? Yes. This is why these are concepts and principles that show up over and over and over again. But this is a hypothesis paper. This is medical hypotheses. So they'll put together a bunch of stuff that may or may not be true, because it's not a study where they're actually doing things to people. They're just talking about stuff. And then what do they suggest in the end? Take a bunch of supplements to prevent it. Okay. Lower serum zinc levels in patients with MS compared to healthy controls. How much more do I need to say on this one? The data suggests that a diagnosis of MS is related to lower serum zinc concentrations than in healthy controls, and concentrations were lower still under disease-modifying therapy. When they gave people drugs for their MS, their zinc status got worse. Do you understand how the pharma cartel is not going to get you better? They're going to make you worse. If you have MS, you're already low in zinc. If you're taking MS drugs, you're going even lower in zinc. Do you think if you're not taking zinc that you're going to somehow keep up or overpower your deficiency? Probably not. Now let's go into, so did supplementation help MS? Zinc sulfate. Okay, zinc sulfate is like the worst zinc you could take. Practically one of the worst. Hold on one sec. But what did the worst zinc do in MS? Zinc sulfate, a reasonable choice for depression management in patients with MS. Folks, what is one of the symptoms of copper toxicity and vitamin A toxicity? Depression. What's the main mineral you need to fight against copper toxicity and vitamin A toxicity? It's zinc. A randomized, double-blind, placebo-controlled clinical trial. They've got all the magic words there. The patients received either zinc sulfate, so this is important, where it says 220 milligrams of zinc sulfate, zinc plus sulfate, containing 50 milligrams of zinc elemental or element, or a placebo for 12 weeks. So what they're saying is 220 milligrams is all of it. 50 milligrams of it is actual zinc. So 170 milligrams of this is sulfate. The results indicated in the patients who received the zinc supplement, the mean score of depression was reduced. They were less depressed. What do you think that was helping with? Their toxicities compared to those in the placebo group, whereas the neurological examinations revealed that there were no differences between the treatment and control groups. Therefore, the zinc supplementation is an appropriate choice for the depression management in patients with MS. I'm telling you, they gave them the crappiest form of zinc, and they still saw their mood improve. 50 milligrams of the crappiest zinc. That's a hefty dose of zinc, but if it doesn't work well, it doesn't matter. But you still saw changes. And again, is MS just one thing? Is zinc going to fix all of it? No. Oh, let's go to the next mineral deficiency. Potassium. Let's go into potassium. Now, this one's going to be interesting because there's not a lot that I could find on potassium levels in MS. But here's the important things I want you to know before we get started on this. What does vitamin A do to potassium channels? Retinoic acid blocks potassium channels in human lymphocytes. Those are one of your white blood cells. Retinoic acid blocks potassium channels. Now, if you could imagine that there's a potassium channel and it was blocked for a very long time, like something toxic blocked it for a very long time, does it make sense that it might like slowly die or degrade and disappear? Does that make sense? I hope so. Let me get this link. So vitamin A, the active form of vitamin A, the one that they say you need, blocks potassium channels. So what this means is you could have enough potassium in your system, but if the potassium channels that return the potassium to the inside of your cell are blocked, you can show potassium deficiency symptoms, even though, let's say, your blood test of potassium looks fine. You can show deficiency symptoms because the potassium is not getting back to where it's supposed to be. And I can tell you that a lot of the migraine medications, headaches of a classic vitamin A toxicity symptoms, a lot of the migraine medications, they actually specifically act on potassium channels. The most classic symptom of vitamin A toxicity is headaches. Oh, migraine meds act on potassium channels. Vitamin A blocks potassium channels. Are you following me here? So that's all I'm going to say about, well, anyway, I'm just going to read this. Let's see this part. Retinoic acid, an active metabolite of natural vitamin A. See? That possesses potent immunomodulating activity. It changes your immune system. They've studied retinoic acid as a vaccine adjuvant, which puts it in the same category as aluminum and mercury. It reduces the potassium current in human T lymphocytes and natural killer cells in a dose-dependent manner. So the more vitamin A there is, the more it slows them down. Acute treatment caused over a 70% reduction, while concentrations less than 1 × 10⁻⁵ moles caused less than 30% inhibition. I'm guessing they're saying that this is a very, very low concentration, and it caused less than 1/3 inhibition. So it can be explained by its effect on the potassium channel. So vitamin A blocks potassium channels, so it can cause symptoms of deficiency. Do you know that the symptoms of potassium deficiency look very much like the symptoms of copper toxicity? Anxiety, depression, fatigue, trouble falling asleep at night, hormonal problems, menstrual problems. A lot of these symptoms are shared between potassium deficiency and copper toxicity and vitamin A toxicity. What does copper toxicity do? Copper toxicity depletes you of of potassium. Copper toxicity depletes potassium. Vitamin D supplements, if you were ever so unlucky as to take them, I took them also. Vitamin D supplements, I have a paper in rats showing that vitamin D supplements cause you to lose potassium. You waste potassium. You get potassium deficient by taking vitamin D supplements. So we have these 3 things that a lot of people are doing. MS patients are told to take what? Vitamin D, which depletes their potassium. They're also told to take vitamin A, which blocks their potassium channels. We already know they're toxic in copper. So let's just keep going here. What about MS? Does MS have problems with the potassium channels? Characterization of an EAG-like potassium channel in human neuroblastoma cells. This is going to be a little hard to follow. Okay. Where's the HEAG? I just want to find the definition of the HEAG because it's a potassium channel. Well, anyway, you're just going to trust me. We'll get to it. I think it's in another paper, and I don't have them in the right order. Yeah. I'll show you, but HEAG is a potassium channel. Okay. Acute application of vitamin A, 10 micromoles retinoic acid, blocked the delayed rectifier channel, but enhanced the HEAG current. So it stimulated parts, but it blocked other parts. When cells were grown in the presence of retinoic acid in order to synchronize the cell line, HEAG, this is a potassium channel current, was reduced to less than 5% of the control value. While the delayed rectifier channel was expressed more abundantly, downregulation of this potassium channel by long-term exposure to retinoic acid was paralleled by a right shift in the activation potential of Hurg-like channels. It's blocking it, okay? Thus, our results show that human neuroblastoma cells express in a cell cycle-dependent manner a magnesium-dependent potassium channel. There it is, HEAG. So it told you it's a potassium channel, but it's dependent upon magnesium, which is blocked by submicromolar concentrations of intracellular calcium. That's weird. What does vitamin A toxicity cause in the blood? Hypercalcemia. Too much calcium. You know that hypercalcemia can lead to hypokalemia, which is low blood potassium. So just too much calcium can cause low blood potassium. What raises calcium in the blood? Vitamin A, vitamin D, and too much calcium. That will all 3 of those will then reduce potassium, and then the A blocks potassium channels. But again, you remember how I told you if you ever take topical magnesium and you don't feel good, it's probably due to a potassium deficiency? Well, isn't that weird how they just connected them? A magnesium-dependent potassium channel. So if you have problems with topical magnesium, you probably have a potassium deficiency, and your potassium deficiency is likely coming out because you are copper toxic, vitamin A toxic, and or you're taking vitamin D supplements still, or you're still reeling from the accumulation of the vitamin D supplements in your liver and you're still getting rid of it. So, more on potassium channels. Potassium channel expression in human CD4 regulatory and naive T cells from healthy subjects and MS patients. The membrane potential of human T cells is regulated by two potassium channels, the voltage gated and the calcium activated. Headwood said, this is why a diet and supplementation based upon Ray Peat's work is an absolute disaster. It is an absolute disaster. It's absolute disaster. So vitamin A toxicity is related to MS. In contrast, Tregs, these cells from MS patients, have fewer potassium channels than naive cells. And there was no difference in the membrane capacitance or channel density between the two subtypes of cells. MS patients had fewer potassium channels. Gosh, do you think if you block them enough and you poison them enough, you're going to run out of them? Voltage-gated potassium channels in MS. Overview and new implications for treatment of central nervous system inflammation and degeneration. Well, we already saw a bunch of things that are causing that. Together, these cells orchestrate the inflammation and immunopathogenesis. They got the cells listed up here. Underlying the MS autoimmune disease processes and all upregulate the same voltage potassium channel when fully activated. So these cells, these inflammatory cells, are trying to upregulate the potassium channel. They're trying to do something for you. Inflammation is not always, it hurts. It doesn't feel good. But what if it's part of the, you always have to assume that the body is doing the best it can with the situation it has. So they're looking at this toxicity and deficiency condition and going, these inflammatory cells are stimulating the potassium channel. Why? Because it's been shut down by the toxicity, causing the inflammation. The body puts out these inflammatory cells to try to fix the problem as much as it can. So what you can do when you have potassium channel issues, one of the things you can experiment with is a person could experiment with taking in more potassium to try to push it through. If you don't feel good eating more potassium or taking potassium supplements, then don't do it or go down in dose. Find the dose that works. Find the type that works and find the dose that works. Some people don't do well on potassium supplements. Fine, don't take them. I do really well on potassium supplements, so I take them. Oh, now we're going to do potassium channel blockers in MS. How do you think that's going to work? Potassium channel blockers in MS, neuronal potassium channels, and the effects of symptomatic treatment. At least they're admitting it. So what does medicine do? They try to slow down the process that's already going on. They're just going to make it worse. The idea that neurologic function might be improved if conduction could be restored in CNS demyelinated axons led to the testing of potassium channel blockers as a symptomatic treatment. What do you think is going to happen? What would the duration paradox say is going to happen? The duration paradox says things that look good short-term end up being bad long-term. To date, only 2 broad-spectrum potassium channel blockers, 4-aminopyridine and 3,4-diaminopyridine, have been tested in MS patients. Although both 4-AP and 3,4-DAP produce clear neurologic benefits, their use has been limited by toxicity. I love it when the researchers prove my theories. The duration paradox right here, they just said it. Like, it can help short term, but long term it's going to be toxic and cause problems. Oh, wait. Certain studies, they gave a little bit of vitamin A and they saw improvements in the MS, but long term it destroyed the people. They tried doing retinoic acid. It ended in a crap show. Okay? Okay, let's get into selenium then. We are big fans of selenium here. I don't know if you guys know this. Oh, well, let me give a little plug here. We did just come out with our new zinc picolinate capsules, 15 milligrams and 30 milligrams. So you have your choice of size. We are still working on the liquid zinc. Hopefully I'm finally found somebody who's going to come through for me. These liquid people are just, I don't even know what to say about them. They're just completely incompetent. Kelsey made up all the prototype liquid formulations while I was up in Idaho, and I got to try them all, and they're all great. So anyway, and then we also have selenium glycinate now, 150 microgram pills for sale in the shop. So we have zinc pills and selenium pills. Probably the cleanest stuff you're going to find out on the market. The filler is organic brown rice flour and extra virgin olive oil, because we had to put the company we worked with, we had to put a lubricant in there. So we used extra virgin olive oil. It's just so for the machines to run. So we used organic brown rice flour, which I checked up against other brown rice flours that they use in pills. This one was 10 times lower in toxic metals than the other ones that I could find, including arsenic. And I mean, there's going to be some toxic, if you guys don't understand this, there's going to be some toxic metals in everything you eat. This is why you need to have a good detox system. So anyway, it's organic brown rice flour and organic extra virgin olive oil as the two fillers. And the next time we make them, there will be no olive oil in them, and they will be smaller capsules, and there will be even less brown rice flour in them. So, but those are there now. Compare them to anything else on the market capsule wise, and you'll find that they're better. Shining a light on selenium. A meta-analysis of supplementation in multiple sclerosis. So they're actually giving selenium. Although there is no evidence regarding supplementation with selenium alone, so they poisoned the well. They never gave just selenium. 3 randomized control trial studies reported the safety of selenium-containing supplementation use in MS with improved inflammation and oxidative stress conditions. So we don't have any just selenium research to go on, at least as of 2023. What do? They give it with like a bunch of other antioxidants. Is selenium an antioxidant mineral? Yes. Is selenium essential? Yes. Does that mean we are obsessing over the antioxidant effect of it? No. You need selenium to run ALDH. Does that sound kind of important in MS? Are we worried about the oxidative state of it, or no? Are we just making sure that your detox pathways can run? So let's keep going. Now, I had never heard of Batten's disease before. Selenium in chronic neurologic diseases, multiple sclerosis and Batten's disease. This was 1988. The selenium levels in whole blood and the activity of glutathione peroxidase in hematogenous cells, just keep that word in mind, of normal Danes have been defined, taking into account sex and confounding factors such as smoking and aging. So they're just saying they've got these values normalized. In agreement with that theory, the present communication demonstrates significantly lowered selenium values and lowered glutathione peroxidase activities of major types of hematogenous cells. They were saying they'd normalize these in normal people. They're talking about MS here. They have a theory here that it's increased stickiness of cellular plasma membranes. What a weird ass theory. But in agreement with this, they're saying there's lower selenium and lowered glutathione. Remember, copper depleted and copper made lower glutathione in these cells of the major types of those hematogenous cells. In close agreement with these findings, hematogenous cells in MS showed increased peroxidation rates, like more lipid peroxidation products like malondialdehyde and 4-HNE. A non-blinded biochemical dietary experiment on MS patients showed that all abnormalities could be normalized by daily intake of selenium, vitamin E, and vitamin C. Are we going to use these? No. But again, they didn't do the study with just selenium. Batten's disease is a recessive, inherited neurodegenerative disorder clinically characterized by progressive loss of vision, epilepsy, and dementia. That's pretty bad. Neuropathologically, this disease is characterized by storage of lipofuscin in nervous tissue. This is carotenoids. This is vitamin A. I've shown this multiple times. Neuropathologically, this disease is characterized by the storage of vitamin A compounds in the nervous tissue. So when you see age spots, liver spots, it's vitamin A being stored in your skin. We have, in a few cases, documented a low selenium status and low glutathione peroxidase activities of hematogenous cells. As in MS, we normalize the biochemical abnormalities, so at least the labs look better, by an antioxidative treatment. So they gave that same thing. If you wanted, you should watch my high-dose vitamin C live stream. If you want to know how to use high-dose vitamin C, if you were choosing to use vitamin C in this LYL approach, I would suggest that you keep your intake daily to below 100 milligrams. Whether that is supplement or whether that's like lemon juice or apples or bananas, don't overdo vitamin C. It just slows down your detox. And I go over that in the vitamin C episode. So now, organic selenium reaches the central nervous system and down modulates local inflammation, a complementary therapy for multiple sclerosis. Why is it complementary? Why can't it be like a major therapy? Organic selenium means it's bound to something like a chelate, like an amino acid. Inorganic selenium, I just went over this in my selenium article in the network. Inorganic selenium, like sodium selenite or sodium selenate, we do not use those. They are less bioavailable and they more easily cause toxicity. So we avoid those. What are we using now? What am I selling? Because it's what I use is selenium glycinate. We used to use selenomethionine. It's still okay to use. Any selenium you use needs to be yeast-free. First thing, it needs to be yeast-free. Then, I like selenium glycinate the most. L-selenomethionine is the next one, but we moved away from the methionine because methionine is a sulfur-containing amino acid. Sulfur tends to slow down detox. I don't like the smell of selenomethionine. It smells like sulfur. And if I can just take out that little amino acid and put in glycine instead, why not? It doesn't mean we're going to avoid eating methionine. You can't eat meat and not eat methionine. I'm not saying we're going to fix all the methionine in your diet. I'm saying in a supplement, why take more sulfur if we don't have to? So that's why we're using selenium glycinate now. And that's what's in the Keystone Minerals, and that's what's in our selenium. The old Keystone Minerals had selenomethionine, but we have since changed. It doesn't mean you can't use it. I would still use my old selenomethionine Keystone Minerals if I have it. I'm not even sure which one I have right now. Anyway, they used a beta selenium lactic acid derivative. I'd never heard of this. I don't think this ever came out for sale, which is a source of organic selenium under development to control experimental autoimmune encephalomyelitis. This is the MS model. That is the animal model for MS. The high selenium levels found in the CNS after supplementation, I'm assuming, suggested that the product crossed the blood-brain barrier, having a possible local effect. The hypothesis that this selenium was acting locally was then confirmed by using endotoxin, lipopolysaccharide-induced neurodegeneration model that also displayed selenium accumulation and down modulation of pro-inflammatory parameters in the central nervous system. Remarkably, therapy with this organic selenium soon after the first remitting episode in these mice also significantly down-modulated local inflammation and clinical disease severity, the symptoms. This study indicated that this organic selenium and possibly other derivatives containing selenium are able to reach the CNS and have the potential to be used as preventative and therapeutic measures in distinct clinical forms of MS. What does selenium help with? Well, it's a copper antagonist, so it helps you to absorb less copper out of your diet, and it helps you to detox copper. It also helps, you need it to run ALDH, which is how you process vitamin A toxicity. Yeah, Brenda, if it's selenomethionine, Brenda said she thought her selenium smelled like sulfur, so she stopped taking it. If it's a selenomethionine, you can take it. I would just use it up and then switch to the selenium glycinate. So that's what we'll be using when we make our liquid selenium. It's going to be selenium glycinate in there. And when we, molybdenum glycinate is what we're going to use. And then selenium glycinate is what's in our pills. So anyone who wants to check those out, that's there. Okay. Molybdenum. Molybdenum is another friend of ours. Molybdenum is also a copper antagonist. You're welcome, Brenda. Molybdenum is also a copper antagonist, and it is also necessary for your ALDH to run. Now, I couldn't find anything specifically on molybdenum deficiency and MS, but what do we have here? Molybdenum deficiency produces motor nervous effects that are consistent with amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. So it's another sclerosing neurological disease. ALS, motor neuron disease, is divisible into 6 familial and 10 sporadic syndromes. Familial syndromes are also recognized in animals, namely dogs, cattle, rats, and mice. This article is concerned with the most common form of ALS, sporadic Charcot ALS. Molybdenum deficiency has recently been demonstrated as the predisposing factor for 2 of the animal syndromes, and a third has a pathogenesis that is consistent with molybdenum deficiency. This raises the possibility that molybdenum deficiency is the predisposing factor for SCALS, another sclerosing neurological neurodegenerative disease. Okay. John, it was selenium glycinate. So, what does molybdenum? Molybdenum is also, like I said, a copper antagonist. Molybdenum is also necessary for ALDH to run. And I don't know if you guys remember, in some of the earlier studies, they talked about xanthine oxidase running slowly in MS. You need molybdenum to run xanthine oxidase. And wow, molybdenum deficiency by itself creates a neurological condition, a sclerotic neurological condition. Where do we get molybdenum? Well, we're working on the pill. I'm talking to the manufacturer today about where they're at on our molybdenum pills, and we are working on a liquid for that too, where you can dose it. It'll be down at 10 micrograms per drop. So you can dose your molybdenum very, very finely. And if your kids are taking it or whatever, so you can get, I know I want to get these minerals in my kids. And so I'm really looking forward to getting the liquids myself. So yeah, let's see what's next. I think, oh wait, yes. This is Kelsey's favorite part. Niacin. What about the connection between niacin and multiple sclerosis? Now, when I say niacin, again, class, do we ever take niacinamide? No. You may have read Grant Genereux's article on niacin. He was confusing niacin and nicotinic acid. Most of the research that he talks about is niacinamide. What did he take in his fortified bread that caused him problems? Niacinamide. Niacinamide is a poison. Ray Peat recommending niacinamide goes right along with Ray Peat's approach being poison. Niacinamide is trash. It's what's in all the cosmetics. It's what is in all the non-flushing, no-flush niacin. Niacinamide is trash. Avoid it. What do we use? We use flush niacin, aka nicotinic acid. And if you didn't know, the word niacin, N-I, nicotinic, acid, A-C-I-N, niacin, the word niacin is a shortened version of nicotinic acid. So when we say niacin, we mean nicotinic acid. The way they write niacinamide in the research is they call it NAM. It's not, we don't want that. We want nicotinic acid, the niacin. Yes, it causes a flush if you take enough of it. Don't be a baby if you want to get better. So, niacin is the best substrate to form NAD, which is part of the energy that runs all of your detox pathways, including ALDH. So if you need NAD, to run ALDH, and niacin is the gasoline that runs NAD, we should see that flush niacin, or niacin in general, is good in MS. So let's see. And just so you know, there's all these fancy, there's NMN, and what is the other one? The ribose one, is it NMR or something? They're all nicotinamide. If you see nicotinamide, that's niacinamide. We don't want that. So NMN, nicotinamide something, and then there's the riboside, the nicotinamide riboside, I think it is. No, we don't use any of those. Niacin makes more NAD better and less expensively than all those fancy ones. And no, you shouldn't take NAD supplements. You want the NAD to make it to be made inside of your cell. If you take it by mouth, it's outside of your cell. That doesn't mean it gets inside of your cell. And actually, high NAD outside of your cell is a marker of disease. So don't take NAD. The only niacin we do is flush niacin. And if you start saying you can't find supplements of it, that's weird, isn't it? That you can't find the real niacin out there. That's so weird. A part of it's because companies don't want people being babies. And I got a flush. I want to return this whole bottle. That's why they abandoned it. It's because everybody's a baby. Don't take too much. But the flush is just a short-term thing. I will tell you, the more toxic you are, the stronger your flush is going to be. So here's the weird thing. The more you don't like the way the flush feels, and the more you need to flush to get rid of it. So it sucks being toxic. I'm not going to say it doesn't suck being toxic. But not doing the things that you need to do to get better is not going to help you either. Administration of pharmacological doses of non-tryptophan NAD precursors ameliorates, makes better the creation of disease in animal models of MS. There was another paper earlier where I went over there. They were talking about tryptophan and MS. So they're saying that this could be flush niacin nicotinic acid, right? Because it's not tryptophan. Let's see. Was there anything else in this paper? Nope, that was it on that one. But NAD, okay, if MS is a toxicity condition, you need NAD to run your detox pathways. That is the gasoline. Think of like selenium and molybdenum as the parts of the engine to run ALDH, and NAD is the gasoline to run the engine. The promise of niacin in neurology. Let's go through this because this is a pretty important paper. Niacin, again, nicotinic acid. Niacin, vitamin B3, it's more of an amino acid than it is a vitamin, is an essential nutrient that treats pellagra. The 4 Ds of pellagra, let me remember, depression, dementia, dermatitis, so skin issues, and then the 4th D is death, which is a stupid thing because it's not really, once you're dead, it's not a symptom anymore. But that's what a lack of this amino acid that they call a vitamin can cause. Those are the worst symptoms. Depression, dementia. Gosh, would that go along with neurological disease? Dermatitis, skin issues. Does anybody have skin issues these days? And death. And prior to the advent of statins, niacin was commonly used to counter dyslipidemia, high cholesterol. So what they did was they just gave up on niacin after they made statins because you can't patent flush niacin. So they wanted something they could patent. Recent evidence has posited or proposed niacin as a promising therapeutic for several neurological disorders because they're all toxicity. In this review, we discussed the biochemistry of niacin, including its homeostatic roles in NAD supplementation and metabolism. So they're saying it's really, really what we're interpreting here. I know I say homeostasis, but niacin toxicity really doesn't happen when you're using the right stuff and you're not crazily overdosing, but it's helping with detox. Niacin also has roles outside of metabolism, largely through engaging hydrocarboxylic acid receptor 2. These receptor-mediated activities of niacin include regulation of immune responses, your cleanup crew, phagocytosis of myelin debris after demyelination, so it's cleaning up the mess, or of amyloid beta in models of Alzheimer's disease, and cholesterol efflux from cells. So niacin is helping to mediate or control these receptor activities. We describe the neurological disorders in which niacin has been investigated or been proposed as a candidate medication. These are multiple sclerosis, Alzheimer's disease, Parkinson's disease, glioblastoma, and ALS. Finally, we explore the proposed mechanisms through which niacin may ameliorate or make better neuropathology. While several questions remain, the prospect of niacin as a therapeutic to alleviate neurological impairment is promising. I'm sure they go through a ton of research in that paper. Wait, oh no, I stopped sharing. Sorry, Joe, that was my bad. I hit the wrong button. Let me just get back in here. Don't share that one yet. Let me go here. Okay, we're back in. Share this tab. There we go. Niacin-mediated rejuvenation of macrophage microglia enhances remyelination. Oh, I think that has anything to do with MS? Remyelination of the aging central nervous system. I'm too old to get better. Oh, remyelination. Oh, niacin. Crazy. So I think they did some AI search. When was this study? Get out of the way. Oh, come on. 2020. By screening for clinically approved agents that stimulate macrophages / microglia, we have found that niacin, as a nicotinic acid, upregulates CD36 expression and enhances myelin phagocytosis by microglia in culture. This increase in myelin phagocytosis is mediated through the niacin receptor, this hydroxycarboxylic acid receptor 2. Genetic fate mapping and multiphoton live imaging show that the systemic treatment of a 9 to 12-month-old demyelinated mice with therapeutically relevant doses of niacin promotes myelin debris clearance in lesions by both peripherally derived macrophages and microglia. This is accompanied by enhancement of oligodendrocyte progenitor cells. Progenitor, they're making cells, right? Progenitor cell numbers, and by improved remyelination in the treated mice. Niacin represents a safe and translationally amenable regenerative therapy for chronic demyelinating diseases such as multiple sclerosis. So the niacin was helping to clean up the garbage and then to put new stuff there. Cleaning up the garbage. Oops, no, that was the wrong place. Oh, I'm all over the place now. Sorry, Joe. Joe's sending me a bunch of stuff. Okay. So niacin cleaned it up better. And then it helped remyelinate. Does it get better than that? Let's keep going. Now, if you guys don't know, we also sell the best lactoferrin on the market. What does lactoferrin have to do with multiple sclerosis? A review on lactoferrin and central nervous system diseases. You know what lactoferrin, one of the things that we have in the research that lactoferrin helps with is lactoferrin helps increase the number of cholangiocytes, which is basically cholangiocytes are bile duct cells. Lactoferrin helps to fix the bile ducts so you don't leak bile. What did we see on those early studies? There was bile problems in MS. So might lactoferrin help that just based on that knowledge we have already? Let's see. Let me find it. Increasing numbers of studies indirectly suggest that the lactoferrin-mediated neuroprotection, brain and nervous system protection against neurodegenerative disorders, is attributed to its biological characteristics. In inflamed tissues, the content of lactoferrin is significantly increased. You have lactoferrin in all of the tissue, all of the fluids of your body. Your body makes lactoferrin. Vitamin A destroys and damages the epithelial cells that make your lactoferrin, and it damages and destroys the neutrophils that make your lactoferrin. So vitamin A itself will demolish the cells that make your lactoferrin. And lactoferrin can reduce the expression of the pro-inflammatory cytokines, tumor necrosis factor, alpha, interleukin 1 beta, and IL-6 to exert its anti-inflammatory effects. Lactoferrin can significantly increase the content of superoxide dismutase and reduce the generation of reactive oxygen species by inhibiting the Fenton reaction, thereby exerting reactive oxygen species modulator effect. Do you remember how zinc increased SOD? And the more SOD they had, the less attacks they had. Do you remember that? That was just a couple of windows ago. Wow, lactoferrin helps and zinc helps. It's almost like we have these concepts and principles that help all the chronic diseases because they're all connected via toxic bile theory and the same toxicities and the same deficiencies across the board. They just show up as different problems. They manifest into different phenotypes. I think that's all on this one. Yeah. Oh, I got to get back up at the top so you can see the title. Now remember, if you can't find the links to any of these papers, if you just search for the title, that's why I always say the title and I highlight the title. You can just put the title into a search engine, you can find it. Or if you see these things on the screen, like the DOI number, you can just type that in. Or if you see the PubMed ID, you can go on pubmed.gov and that'll get you there. And then you can search for the number. Okay? There are all sorts of ways you can find these papers. I'm not trying to keep it from you. I'm trying to show it to you. I'm one of the few. I'm not just saying here, trust me. Wait, do we have something in here? Yeah. So they don't mention multiple sclerosis in the title of this paper or anywhere actually in this paper. But remember, EAE is the model in animals for MS. In another study, oral administration of lactoferrin was examined for changes. Did I do this one, Joe? I don't remember. I'll do it again. Now I'm all paranoid. Okay. Was examined for changes in EAE in Lewis rats. Lactoferrin treatment led to significant acceleration of recovery, taking into account the clinical score. In addition, there was highly elevated cell numbers in inguinal lymph nodes in the EAE rats, which was normalized by the lactoferrin treatments. Lymph nodes are your sewage system. There used to be highly elevated cell numbers in the sewage system. It was normalized by lactoferrin. What do you think lactoferrin's helping with? Oh, I don't know, detox? Furthermore, lactoferrin decreased the elevation of serum TNF-alpha and TGF-beta concentrations. Remember, these were inflammatory. I think they said that in the other paper. The histological analysis of the spinal cord revealed reduction in the number and size of inflammatory foci, they might also call these lesions, in lactoferrin-treated rats. In addition, a small clinical trial on subjects, actual humans, suffering from MS, demonstrated that oral treatment of the patients with lactoferrin resulted in a profound decrease of IFN, I think that's gamma, right? An increase of IL-10 secretion by whole blood cell cultures stimulated with cytokine inducers. These changes were accompanied with an improvement in their clinical status. Their symptoms got better. What else do you need? Yep, that was that one. Okay. I believe that is everything. So, another 4-hour live stream. And now I got super chats to go over. Okay. So that is the presentation of MS. So what did we learn? There are bile problems in MS. There are gut microbiome problems in MS. There are aldehyde and aldehyde dehydrogenase. There's aldehyde excess in MS. There's aldehyde dehydrogenase deficiency in MS. There's copper toxicity. There's vitamin A problems. There's toxic metal problems. There's zinc deficiency, magnesium deficiency, potassium channel blocking problems. There's selenium deficiency. There's most likely molybdenum deficiency. There's a niacin deficiency. There's lactoferrin can potentially help. Lactoferrin is not an essential nutrient, but many of you out there who are taking it know that it helps. It absolutely helps. So, for those of you who, again, it was never a single thing. And as you saw over and over in these papers, genetics loads the gun, environment pulls the trigger. If you want to work with us, you're not going to be a victim to your family's genetics, because we are going to stop you from expressing those genes by correcting the environment. It's kind of like if you had a family history of alcoholism. Let's say alcoholism runs in your family and you never took a drink. Are you going to become an alcoholic? No. So it's as simple as that. Like if you don't want to have vitamin A toxicity, what happens if you don't eat it? Well, you never get vitamin A toxicity. Or you eat as little as possible. You cannot have a zero vitamin A diet. I've been over that many, many times. Okay, so let's get to these super chats. I'm going to ask that you don't put any new super chats up after this. And if you do, we're going to have to kick them over to the next week. So Ramon's a regular super chatter. Thank you, Ramon. He says, been cooking organic black beans in filtered water and salt. Should the aquafaba be discarded? Any nutrients or toxicity in it? Thank you, Dr. Smith. Well, I mean, I personally, there's the whole soaking beans and all that stuff to break down the phytic acid. I cook mine in a pressure cooker. I think you should cook beans and grains in a pressure cooker so you can break down as much of the phytic acid as possible. I do not discard the aquafaba from dry beans that I cook. I do not. I would not eat. So the aquafaba, if you don't know what it is, folks, that's the bean juice, if you will. So like if you open up a can of beans and there's the water and the beans, and the water is really like thick, right? The water has soluble fiber in it. Don't get me wrong. That's what makes the water thick. They call that aquafaba. It's like the bean water. So in a canned bean situation, I would never eat the aquafaba from canned beans because it's got all that BPA or whatever the new replacement of BPA is, and it's probably got microplastics and all sorts of other toxic crap. I wouldn't touch canned bean aquafaba. Cooked beans where you cooked them from dry, yes, I would. I love stews with like beans like barley and beans and like either beef or chicken in a stew where it gets super thick from all the bean juice and the barley's breaking down and it's thickening. Oh man, I started making my stews again. Can you tell? So yeah, so there's that one. So that's my take on it. Will says, any tips on finding apples that don't taste like countertop cleaner? Organic versus not doesn't seem to make a difference. Well, you do need to, Will, I don't know how well how you are washing them. You do need to wash your apples. I mean, the obvious way to get the apples to not taste like anything on the skin would be to peel the skin. So if you're trying to eat the skin, but you don't want that taste, well, if you peel the skin off, then that taste is gone, but you may not want to do that. So we have an issue. If you're going to clean if you're going to clean the apples, you need to at least, water doesn't wash off stuff very well. Like you need to have some sort of, if you want to call it a soap agent or something that is going to break down stuff. Now, soaking things in, baking soda proved to get rid of a lot of pesticides on the outside of stuff. So baking soda in like a sink full of water. I forget what the ratio is. If anybody out there knows the ratio, I don't know what it was. But if you put a good chunk of baking soda in a sink full of water, there's research showing that it does clean the fruits and vegetables well. And then obviously baking soda is not toxic. Sometimes we'll use one of those like Trader Joe's fruit and vegetable wash, which is a little more soapy, than baking soda is, obviously. And I rub the apple with my hands. Okay, if you got in a shower and you just let the water run on you, would you think you were clean when you got out? Like, are you rinsed off? Yes. Do we just rinse dishes in the sink? No, you don't just rinse them. You got soap and you scrub them. So if you want to get stuff off of the apples, you're going to use something that helps break down, like reduce the surface tension, which is what soap does, right? You're going to reduce the surface tension of the water. It's going to make things come off of it more easily, and you're going to rub it with your hands, just like in the shower. You're going to rub yourself with your hands and the soap or a washcloth or whatever. You're going to manually agitate the dirtiness and then rinse it off. Now, you do need to make sure that if you're using something like a fruit or vegetable wash or even baking soda, that it's rinsed off well enough. Like, the example would be, let's say you're in the shower and you put shampoo in your hair and you rinse your hair, but then you get out and you're like drying your hair and it's still like sudsing because you didn't wash out the shampoo well enough. So is it possible that could somebody taste, let's say, if all your stuff tasted the same, it might be what you're washing it with, and you might not have rinsed it off well enough. I've had that before where I tasted an apple and I was like, I think I didn't wash off the fruit and vegetable wash well enough. And I went back, and then the next time I did an apple, I washed it off better and the taste wasn't there. It was the same batch of apples. So yeah, those are the things that could affect that. It could be that you didn't wash off your cleaning agent enough. It could be that, you didn't wash with something, I don't know how to say this, aggressive enough, whether it was actually scrubbing it or whether it was the whatever compound you just used to try to clean it. I know some people will do vinegar in a sink full of water. I don't know how well that works. I don't know if there's research on that, but I do know there's research on baking soda. If you look up baking soda pesticides wash or like vegetable wash here, I'll see if I can find it. Okay, I found it. Oh, I've gone over it before. Imagine that. Effectiveness of commercial and homemade washing agents in removing pesticide residues on and in apples. I didn't know it was only apples either. Surface pesticide residues were most effectively removed by sodium bicarbonate baking soda solution when compared to either tap water or Clorox bleach. So let's see. So now they did show, so if these are like non-organic apples, some of the pesticides did actually penetrate into the apples. So what they did was they got the residues off the outside following a 24-hour exposure to the pesticide. So they put the pesticide on the outside of the apple, let it sit for 24 hours. 20% of the thiabendazole. Oh my gosh, azoles are anti-cancer. Oh wait, azoles are also pesticides. Wait, ivermectin is anti-cancer. Ivermectin is a pesticide. Both of them slow down ALDH. Why do cancer cells have a high level of ALDH in them? And why is chemo aggressively trying to shut down ALDH? Why would cancer cells have tons of ALDH? To detox. Anyway, so some of it got into the apples, actually penetrated in the skin. Thiabendazole, a systemic pesticide, penetrated four times deeper into the apple peel than did Fosmet. Some of it couldn't be washed away. So you want to eat organic apples, folks, or peel them. But so see, they're showing that Clorox bleach for 2 minutes is not an effective means to completely remove pesticide residues. Baking soda is the most effective. And it's also the safest. In the presence of baking soda, thiabendazole and Fosmet can degrade, which assists the physical removal force of washing. Peeling is more effective to remove the penetrated pesticides. However, bioactive compounds in the peels will become lost too. Yeah, you sacrifice the peel for getting rid of the pesticides. So that's what I got, Will. Those are my theories on that. So if definitely get non-organic apples, definitely wash them with something like baking soda or a fruit and vegetable wash. Definitely physically scrub them, and then rinse them off well. And then I would say, I dry them off too, but you could eat them wet, I guess. So that's kind of up to you. Okay, so then we got one more, and thanks for that super chat, Will. Last super chat, Krista McGray, thoughts on organic white wheat, freshly milled in the kitchen, only grain I can tolerate. If you tolerate, okay, so I have no problem with wheat, especially white wheat. If you guys don't know what white wheat is, sometimes it's called pastry flour. White whole wheat is the best kind of wheat, in my opinion. Like when you think of whole wheat, you're thinking of red, like hard red wheat. I think that's the full name of it. So red, what do you think it has more of in it than white wheat? Well, it's got more red carotenoids potentially and more red polyphenols, neither of which we want. But it's probably not that crazy high in whole wheat, and whole wheat does provide some fiber. So white whole wheat obviously is going to have a lot less of that. So if it's unfortified, Krista, I'm all for unfortified white wheat. Now, the caveat here is if you don't feel good on it, a lot of people will kind of just be like, oh, I feel fine when I eat wheat, and they actually feel like crap. But they just want to eat wheat so bad that they just keep eating it. If you haven't seen my celiac episode, how celiac connects to vitamin A toxicity and all, the whole connection that we do, then one of the things that if you have thyroid issues, if you have hypothyroid or hyperthyroid or Hashimoto's or Graves or any other thyroid condition, autoimmune thyroid, which is toxicity, autoimmune thyroid is generally connected to celiac or gluten intolerance. If someone has thyroid issues, their best bet would be in general to minimize or avoid gluten until the thyroid issue is better. That's to be on the safe side. We have several testimonials on the celiac episode about people fixing straight up celiac down to gluten intolerance. Celiac and gluten intolerance is a vitamin A toxicity issue. People with celiac or gluten intolerance, when they get symptoms from eating, could it just be from non-organic wheat and the glyphosate in there? Some people say there's no such thing as celiac or gluten intolerance. It's just glyphosate in the wheat. No, it's not that simple. If it was only that simple, but what does glyphosate inhibit? Glyphosate not only sucks minerals out of people, but glyphosate also inhibits vitamin A detox. So it will make you more toxic in vitamin A at lower levels. So again, glyphosate connects to celiac. Remember the celiac model in the cells, they could not create celiac in the cells the way they wanted to. They could not get the inflammation they wanted until they added retinoic acid. We've talked about that multiple times today. So you cannot have celiac or gluten intolerance without vitamin A. When people are celiac or gluten intolerant, it seems that gluten triggers them to dump more bile, which then means they can leak more bile, which then more bile gets into the blood, which then affects the thyroid. And that's how it shows up. So if somebody has thyroid issues, I'm not a big fan of wheat in general, at least not until the thyroid issue is fixed. But if you don't have thyroid issues and you seem to do just fine on organic white whole wheat, I think it's totally fine to include. That's what I got. So Joe, were there any more? Are we done? Oh, Joe got the thyroid live stream up. And I think that's, let me look back through the chats. No more. I'm just going to double check. Oh, and who was it down here who said that? So Daisy Bake said, wow, thanks for the potassium magnesium explanation. You are welcome. That's, yeah, folks, there is a relationship between sodium and potassium in your body. There is a relationship between sodium and magnesium in your body. There's a relationship between magnesium and potassium in your body. That's one a lot of people don't talk about. But yeah, remember, a lot of these toxicities cause potassium problems or potassium deficiencies. And then if you're still pretty toxic and you take magnesium, you don't feel good, it's probably because the magnesium is overpowering what potassium you have. And so try getting a bit more potassium and getting less toxic before you try magnesium or before you try so much magnesium again. And remember, if you're like, well, this is the funniest thing. People will be like, well, I took magnesium pills and I never felt anything, but then I did topical magnesium and I didn't feel good. And I'm like, that's because the pills sucked and they didn't get in you. And now you did topical magnesium and it got in you and you felt something. The very same thing happens when we give people zinc picolinate. They'll be like, but I used to take tons of zinc and I never felt anything. And then they take zinc picolinate and they're like, holy crap, that like hit me like a train, because the other zinc wasn't doing anything. There's a very specific reason I use specific forms, and this is based on me being in practice now with real people. I'm not like an internet blogger like Ray Pete was. I actually worked with real people as a personal trainer for 12 years before I became a physician, and then 18 years now as working as a licensed naturopathic physician. So I've seen a lot, and you guys might have noticed I'm pretty good at seeing patterns. And zinc picolinate and soon to come zinc niacinate are the only zincs I've seen consistently work. And topical magnesium is 10 times more effective than pills. So you can take that for what it's worth. You can waste your money and time on the other stuff saying, but the research says, I'm saying the research on these things is garbage. I just showed you the zinc sulfate study with multiple sclerosis. They got a little bit of effect. They took 50 milligrams of zinc and they hardly got anything. They got a little bit less depression. Okay. Oh, yeah. Joe was asking, this is a pretty advanced topic, Joe, but Joe says, is potassium through the skin absorbed better than orally? Yes, to the point that, okay, I'm going to, this is the last thing I'm going to go over today. Potassium on the skin seems to be absorbed super duper well. Like really, like you can get too much. So if you decide like, oh, potassium through the skin is better, you can overdo potassium. I mean, go look up hyperkalemia and the symptoms. Go type in hyperkalemia symptoms. You can take too much potassium. You can take too much of any of the electrolytes. The balance of electrolytes in your blood is what keeps your brain and your heart running. So your body really, really, really wants to keep the blood levels of these things right. And potassium is one that if you push it too hard, whether you realize it or not, but it can really mess up your day. Okay. I mean, it took guys back in like the 80s when they made 500 milligram and 1,000 milligram potassium pills. The lowest dose of potassium in supplements that I've seen a guy take in the day that sent him to the hospital in a case study was 10 grams, 10,000 milligrams of potassium pills. And he sent himself to the hospital with like heart palpitations. And I'm sure somebody killed themselves with potassium supplements, because one of the early paleo retard ideas was that they said, well, cavemen didn't have salt, so they didn't salt their food. And they made up some number of like, they ate like 10,000 milligrams of potassium a day. So we want to be like cavemen. So we're not going to salt our food. And because cavemen took potassium supplements, right? So they said, we're going to take a bunch of potassium supplements. And also there was an idea, one of the early detox retard ideas was, if you take enough potassium, you will get diarrhea. Oh, you must be detoxing. So you can take enough potassium to cause diarrhea, but that might also send you to the hospital with heart rhythm issues, which is what guys did. I've seen like 10 grams. I've seen 18 grams. That's why they made it so you can only get 99 milligram potassium pills now, is because of stupid people taking stupid ideas and pushing them to the limit and hurting themselves. So now they have to punish the rest of us who are not dumb. We must protect the dumb people from themselves. It's okay if the smart people can't do the things that they want to do. That's what they do. And if potassium is really as helpful as we know it is, why wouldn't they want to restrict it? It's really hard to buy flush niacin in supplement stores. You can't buy potassium in a pill bigger than 99 milligrams. Like, they are trying to take away useful things. So that is, okay, so the ratio. So what have we found? If somebody, I'm not giving any ratios for anything other than a bath. Or if you were going to make a spray, this is the ratio that seems to work for potassium in a bath. You can translate this to whatever else. It's just not my fault if you translate it wrong. Okay. In a bath, 1 cup, the ratio is 1 cup of magnesium chloride. Not any other magnesium. I'm not talking about any other type of magnesium right now. I'm not talking about Epsom salts. That's magnesium sulfate. Don't use Epsom salts. Use up what you have and then don't buy it again. Epsom salts are magnesium sulfate. You may feel better from the magnesium, but you don't need that extra sulfur. So a cup of magnesium chloride to, listen carefully, a tablespoon of potassium chloride. That's the ratio. Some people might go up to 2 of each of those in a big bath, like a big bath. Like I have one of those garden tubs here that's a big bath. Sometimes I'll do a double dose in there. But I have a really big bath and I can take bigger doses of things. That's just I'm an over type and I can take higher doses of the things that work for me. So 1 cup to 1 tablespoon, 1 cup magnesium chloride to 1 tablespoon of potassium chloride is that ratio for a bath. If you choose to extend that into making your own magnesium oil or whatever, that is up to you. Some people took more than that. Some people have tried to do equal amounts of potassium chloride and magnesium chloride, and their heart didn't like it. So if you choose to push the limits, what's the saying, folks? If you're going to be dumb, you better be tough. So do not come back to me and say, I tried a bunch more potassium than you said, and it kicked my ass, and why didn't you warn me? You have been warned. If you're going to be dumb, you better be tough. So that is that. Okay. Let's start wrapping it up, Joe. So if for those of you who liked what you saw today, if you want all of my life's work in terms of how to get you better in one place, that is at the Love Your Liver program, which is at members.nutritiondetective.com. If you wanted to find any of the supplements I might have mentioned today, or if you wanted to look into working with one of my practitioners, we got Nathan, who's helping me work on my toxic bile theory mini book. We've got Hope, who is so familiar with the program for so long. She's helped me figure out the symptoms of copper toxicity and supplementation that I never would have gotten otherwise. And then there's the lovely Kelsey, I'm going over her labs in the study group this week because I get to brag to everybody and say, look, it works. And she's our niacin expert. So those are our 3 other practitioners. I'm obviously also one. And then the supplements are under the shop, or the VIP store is the discounted prices on supplements and additional supplements that we sell to members of the Love Your Liver program. So if you join the Love Your Liver program, you get access to lower prices on our supplements. And then if you're looking for me on social media, yeah, we're on Instagram. Yeah, we're on Facebook. But the place where you'll find me the most active is on Twitter under NutriDetect. Can't fit the whole Nutrition Detective in there, so it's just Nutri, NutriDetect. That's where a lot of people have found me. And let me see, was there anything else? Yeah, we're working on all sorts of new projects. I think I just sent my manufacturer about 15 new products that we're working on the other day. Please do not email Julie about when these things are going to be out. We announce it everywhere. So if you want to follow us and find out when we announce them, you want to be in the Love Your Liver program because that's where we announce everything. But my Twitter, I'll announce like if we ran out of magnesium lotion, when it's back in stock, or like the sun fiber, I'll announce it there. You can follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Generally just look for Nutrition Detective. We'll announce it on the YouTube. Excuse me, I'm about to sneeze. Excuse me. We'll announce it on YouTube. So if you just follow us all these places, and our email newsletter, which you can sign up for on the website, if you sign up for those, we announce when these things come back there. So please don't email Julie. She has my full permission to tell you, Dr. Smith said in the live stream, not to email me. She will remind you. So don't email Julie about that stuff. It doesn't get you. There is no waiting list. There is no notification list. Julie has enough on her plate. We are a small group of people with lots of people interested in our services. So we can only do so much. Okay. So hope you all enjoyed that. If you have MS and you want to start working on stuff, the Love Your Liver program is a do-it-yourself program. If you want to work with our practitioners, that is where we do hair testing and blood testing to look for the toxicities and the deficiencies that I covered in this show today. So that is how you get to test, don't guess, and then assess your nutrient deficiencies. And we can see the depth of the toxicities, but that doesn't change what we're going to do. You could be shallow on toxicities or very deep on toxicities. We're still going to do the same approaches in terms of reducing or minimizing your exposure and helping you to get rid of them from your storage. And then the testing really helps us to fine tune your nutrient dosing. And then you also get 6 months of support with all the practitioners. I don't know if you guys know this, but if you sign up for any practitioner, if you do a consult with any practitioner, you get 6 months access to the office hours. Each one of the practitioners I mentioned, so there's me and there's 3 other ones. We all do one office hours session a week, different times, and you can go to any of those. You could go to mine. You could go to Nathan's. You could go to Hope's. You could go to Kelsey's. You could go to every single one. You could go to none. We give people more support than anybody out there because this is not an easy approach. And you need help because you're new at it. And there's stuff that you don't know, or there's, just like anything, if you have a coach, they know things to look for when something's not going right. That's what we do. And that's what I taught my practitioners how to do. That's what I just taught more people how to do in the seminar. And that's what I'll be, the seminar will be available for sale. If you want to get the recordings, you can email Julie with an inquiry about it, but we do not sell it to anyone who is not a Love Your Liver member, because the Love Your Liver program is the whole diet basis of it. So you don't get to learn how to do the mineral, the hair test and the blood test unless you know how to the Love Your Liver program, which is how to eat. Okay. So that is what I've got today. I hope you all enjoyed it. Have a great week. I'm heading to LA, so I'll be doing some fun stuff there. And I'll see you all next time. Bye now.